shit.
Make the ground shake.
Hello, motherfucker.
Good morning. I don't know why my voice is a little bit yucky today. Got the black lung.
Hello, motherfucker.
What's poppin'? Alright.
Don't mind me just watching.
Let us begin. Oi, 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 oi. Alright, let's start with greetings. Good morning. Oh, JJ was actually first. The Meister Hypester was first. Good morning, JJ. Good morning, Dan. I should be doing this in Japanese. Ohayo gozaimasu, minasan. There we go. I just painted with a brush because to Ohio everyone is gonna take a while. Good morning, Dan. Good morning, Stitch. Good morning, Sethels. Good morning, Luna. Did you sleep, Luna? Is it in fact morning? Good morning, Hooded. Hooded is here, but no audio. That's fine. Comprehension skills, Dan. Also, what do you guys think of the new model? I think it's cute as fuck. I love her. It would be cuter if she had like some color to her, but I kind of like the sketchy vibes. And the little ear wiggles as well. I'm dying. It's almost 1 AM. Oh my goodness. Do you plan on sleeping at some point? Tato, no. Oh, Tato-chan. Tato-chan. Make cute. Who is this? She's adorable. I love her. This is with the live 2D one. So the VTato redeems are not going to work today because I haven't set up. I think you can do like a bunch of stuff with this app. I just haven't had a chance to deal with it. I spent my morning crying. So it's fine. It's fine. I will set it up though because I really like this this model.
Hello,
It's very cute. It's very cute. I love it. Thank you for the Loki Stitch. Also, hi Brian Miester. Am I big enough? I don't know. What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, Stitch. Also, Kid Thor as well. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the lurkies. So my ears wiggle when I blink. It's so cute. I need to stop looking at myself. Kun is cute, but I want to be Chuan. Tato-chan. I think that's cute. But if you want to call me Tato-kun as well, this was okay. Wait, maybe I should pin a message. VTato redeems. No worky today. Keep looking at yourself. Okay. I keep accidentally winking at myself. I don't know why. I do not know why. Yeah. No onigiris. I'm sorry. It's because it's the app that I'm using. I don't know if it has like an item drop like the other one. Thanks for the lurkies, Brian Miester. Have a good day. You know what, Dan? Because you told me to drink the toilet water yesterday, I'm now feeling sick. This is your fault. I'm just gonna throw that out there. This is on you. You have a bone to pick with me? No picking bones, please. Alright. Let's motherfucking go. Toilet water sounds good. You drank what? No, I'm joking. JJ. Relax, wait. No, it wasn't actual toilet water. I say that all water belongs in the toilet. I didn't actually drink toilet water. All water belongs to the toilet, yeah? It's gonna make its way there eventually. But in any case. Because I drink, like, literally anything but water. Luna agrees. You see? You drank wee-wee? Wee-wee? No. All water belong to toilet. Or I'm gonna eat you. JJ. Your puppy side loves toilet water. Oh no, Luna. No! You raided and your beans called chaos? They caused chaos? What did they do? I told them to behave. Also, hi Ox. Good evening. It is especially morning, Ox. But have a wonderful evening, Ox. Thank you for popping in. You're drunk at 1 AM, Luna? I was gonna ask if you've been drinking with Fazi, but then Fazi would have been day drinking, so maybe not. Also, hi Jinxie, how are you? All water belong to toilets, okay? That is what I was saying. But it's hot as fuck at the moment, so I need to drink water. Oh, Vic was drinking? Oh my goodness. I don't think I've seen drunk Vic yet. Okay, so Hooded said we only do a little bit of review today, because otherwise I sit and review the whole day. This one's easy. Umi. What? Helps if you click the right one. Otoko. I don't know if the sound is loud enough. Maybe the music's too loud? Oh, I can't remember this one. Shoe? Shoyu. Shoyu. Fozzie doesn't drink? Okay. He's drunk on stream, right? He's drunk now? Oh my goodness. I haven't opened my Loki's tabs. Then let me go do that. All water belongs in the toilet. Makes sense. Yeah. All water belongs to toilets. It will eventually reach the toilet, yeah? Oh, he is live now. Okay. Let me open some Loki tabs. There's not that many people streaming this morning. Oh, Toto is streaming. This one. Hello, can I change? You see, this is the problem that I experience. I get distracted by other things and then it takes me ages to finish my reviews. My PC is just slow this morning. It's okay. Oh, he's playing a horror game? That's the best time to play a horror game, is when you're drunk. I'm speaking from experience. Okay, let's go back, Kuro. Okane. Okane. Oh! To bloom. He gained more brain cells while drunk? No ways. This one I can't remember. To bloom. Hey Papa T, how are you? Fozzie timed you out. Alright, Luna, you know I appreciate you. But you're doing just a little bit too much of the pluggies. Okay, this one I can't remember at all. Saku. No pluggies. Yeah, you see. No pluggies. Hito. Hito? Hitori! It's okay, it's okay. You are drunk. So I'm being a little more lenient, but also because I know you. Oh, what the fuck? I just had a bunch of bots follow me on Instagram yesterday. Ah! I opened my Instagram just to make my social post and then, yeah, that's cool, I guess. Jinxie, how are you doing, my precious? How is everybody doing? I know I was greeting everyone earlier and then I forgot to ask, but how is everybody? It is Tuesday. Normally I say we choose to be happy, but today I chose to cry instead, so, you know. What are you guys choosing to do? Would someone explain what pluggies is? So Papa T, it's kind of like Twitch etiquette to not plug, to not advertise in someone else's chat. Like, don't say things like, I'm gonna go start stream now, or oh, I'm gonna go watch someone else instead, or here's a product. So the last one is a little bit less of like pluggies and more just like, for me personally, I don't want people advertising things in my chat simply because I can't vet it before they post it. Like I can't check what they're trying to advertise beforehand. Oh, why did my Discord make beep? That was weird. Let me just go D&D. I don't know why it beeped. That was weird. So that's how I see it, but also like either self plugs that's like advertising yourself being like, I'm gonna go stream now, or plugging other people. Yeah, it's just like it's kind of seen as rude, if that makes sense, because it's a way of saying like, hey people, go do this thing instead. I don't know. It's something I learned when I first started watching streams on Twitch. It's considered rude. It's fine if the streamer asks. Like, I ask my streamer friends all the time, when are you streaming? I ask Dan like every day, and every time I ask him that, he's like, oh, but I streamed today, or I streamed yesterday, or I streamed earlier, and I'm just like, fuck! Because I always miss his streams. Because, yeah. Hi, Smurf! How are you? I love the new you. Thank you! It's very cute. I love it so much. She just keeps winking randomly. But when I try and wink on purpose, it doesn't work. And that's mostly because I'm just very bad at winking. So I don't know what's triggering the wink, but I like it either way. It's very cute. Oh, thank you, Yaku. The head pads are not working because I'm using a different program today, but I will set it up. I will get it working. It's like you have a party at your house and then your neighbors like, come to my party at my house. Thank you, Jinxie. That's actually a very good way of explaining the whole plug thing, you know. I hope it makes sense, Papa T. And I'm a little bit more lenient with like people that I'm comfortable with shouting out, people that I know well. It's when it's strangers or it's people that I'm not very familiar with when they start talking about their things. And I'm like, you know, it's in the rules. No pluggies. Dan's very quick to also write no pluggies in the chat. Shouty outies. I'm happy to shouty outy for homies, for friends. But I also want it to be my choice, you know. I don't want it to be like what, I forgot all the words I was gonna say, but I don't want it to be chaotic in my chat. Because people are like, oh, we can get away with this shit. I don't even allow links in my chat because of that. I don't want people to advertise things or drop sussy links.
You look thirsty as fuck.
I am kind of. I have been drinking water today though. Thank you for the head pads and thank you for the hydrate, Yaku. Thank you for explaining. It's like you were a teacher in another life. Yeah, it couldn't be me, hey. Drink the toilet water. I did, Dan. I drank the toilet water. Anyway, sentence. I don't remember. That doesn't help. Hmm? Wait, my head's kind of blocking things. Hold on. Bunsho. Okay, I remember now. Let me just scoochy on this boy. Oh, I don't know what I moved there. I want to move this one. There we go. I normally move it across, but I thought it would be fine. I didn't see my melon was blocking things. Okay, that should be fine, I think. Where it is. This is fine. Ah! Isha! Isha. Isha.
Isha.
Isha. Oh! Direction. Kata?
Kata.
Ah! Kata. Also polite person. We've already done 10 minutes. Okay, we'll do maybe one more. And the website's hanging again. I'm gonna go cry. Also, I'm considering adding a everybody hydrate, so anybody who's watching the stream has to hydrate. I just don't know how well that's gonna work. Or if it will work at all. Would you guys hydrate with me? Would you drink water with me? What is this one? Huh? All I can think of is Oni-chan. But
Ani.
the answer is Ani. Etc. I do not remember this one at all.
Nado.
Nado?
Nado.
Nado. Nado. Cool. 難しい. Ah. I don't know the kanji for this. I can't remember. Shit. It is a no working in the brain. I know it's muzikashi though. Whoa! This one I'm not sure. Oh, it's just that one by itself? Muzikashi.
Muzukashi.
Muzikashi. Nado.
Nado.
Oh, this one's easy. I learned this in university because I live in South Africa. Mi, na, mi.
Minami.
Minami Afrika jin desu. Ah, then wa. No? Ah,
電話
the wrong character. Uh-oh. I don't remember this one at all. It's been too long since I studied.
問題
Mondai!
問題
Mondai! Fuck. Oh, with the gates? I remember the gates. Mondai. Mondai. Okay. Minasan. Minna. Ah! No.
みな
Mina.
みんな
Mina. Mondai. Mondai.
問題
Moichi. Moichi?
もう一度
Moichiro. Shit. This one's easy. Whoa. Ray brought me coffee. Okay, this one easy. Mon. We learned gate because Mondai. Same one. Mon. And apparently we use it for other things as well. To wait? I really can't remember anything.
松
Matsu! Fuck. I remember talking about that one last time as well. Okay, we do one more review because I'm doing pretty poorly. Redeems no work today. I was this close to being first. No. Vtator redeems no worky today. Other redeems very worky. But first and second were redeemed when I started, which is why they're no longer available. But hi Chris, how are you? You missed it? You did. I know sometimes you can get away with like 30 seconds coming late, but like today they were pretty snappy. JJ was technically first, but I guess maybe didn't know about the redeems, so Dan swooped in and got first. And then I think JJ redeemed second, because I told him to. But he pooped himself, because he wasn't expecting the first. You know how loud it is. And it's pretty abrupt as well, it's just suddenly noise. Okay, I said we're gonna do one more review, and then we'll practice. Ah, this one was a weird one. Migaku. Migaku. Day before yesterday? Ah, shit. Ototoi?
おととい
Isakujitsu. Ototsui. Ah, shit. This one I get wrong every time because I'm like, is it this one or the tilde first? I don't know. I get it wrong every time. Ah. Every time. Ah. Hontoni. Is it? Hontoni. It's got the hon. Okay, I can't show you now because it's gone. But the character for book hon. The to that's in bento, and then ni hontoni. So yeah, I can read the kanji for hontoni, but yeah. Anyway, every month. Maigetsu? No. Okay, I already wrote that. Tsuki! Maitsuki! Ah! So there's two. It's Maigetsu, but it's also Maitsuki because tsuki means month, but it also means moon because it's the lunar cycle. You see, Maigetsu, that's the one I was trying to write, and then we'd run out of characters, and I was like, nope. Maishu. Maishu. Yoshu. Shushu. Is it?
Maishu.
Ah, Maishu. Machi. There was a really sad anime that I watched. I still need to watch the second season. It was called To Your Eternity. I don't remember what the Japanese name was, but the like main character's name, I think her name was March. I'm not too sure though. It might have been Match, but the way that they pronounce it was like Machi. Something is different here. Can't put my finger on it. We always changing things up. Always keeping you on your toes. Shinigami, you're never gonna recognize me because I'm always gonna look different. It's the whole idea, you know. My character is a tanuki. Tanukis can transform, right? So not only my VTuber, but also my IRL self. I'm a cosplayer. I'm always transforming into something else. That's my lore. That's who I am. Tanuki desu. I'm changing all the time. Anyway, Machi. Just which characters? My katakana is very bad. Machi. Machi. So what you're saying is you're a transformer? Autobots are all out? And I like, instead of calling it what is the auto mod? I don't call it auto mod. I call it Autobot every time. Like, okay, I don't know if I do it now so much, but I used to in the past, and Jargon would laugh at me every time. He's like, Autobots! I'm like, auto mod! You know what I mean? It's Autobots in my brain. Anyway. Today I learned. Yeah. I have 3 different models that I use. They're all free. They're all ones that I had to, like, customize myself. But, yeah. I just like trying new things and playing around with things. Anyway. Mayasa. 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 Mai. Asa. Sasa.
Mayasa.
Mayasa. Mainichi. Nichi.
Mainichi.
It's been a while. You lost access to your Twitch account for a few days. Did you get banned, Shinigami? Oh, 1 month. Shit. Is it? Oh.
1ヶ月.
1ヶ月. 1ヶ月. Okay, I think we're good. Even though I definitely need to review more, I need to study more. Stuff's been kind of difficult lately. Just life in general has been difficult lately, so I haven't been studying very hard. Why is it not showing? I mean, it's definitely my profile, but it's showing like a weird icon for it. You cleared out your browser, you got logged off, you had a new phone number. Oh shit! Okay, I see now. Yeah, that does make it a little tricky. Alright. I'm gonna keep going. We're 11% of the way. But let's learn some new words.
Yasai.
Yasai! I remember this one. You hear yasai in anime every now and then.
Watakushi.
Watakushi.
Yasai.
Yasai. Fuck. Yasai. I actually don't remember which one it was because I wasn't looking. It's not that one. It's not that one.
Yasai.
Okay. Watakushi.
Watakushi. Suiyobi.
Suiyobi. I still need to learn the days of the week actually. It took them 3 days to change it and 2 days. You just potatoed in Genshin. I mean, that's fair enough. Suiyobi. Suiyobi. So this, I think, is the kanji for day. Suiyobi. Suiyobi. So kanji, this is how they would write it, but this is like the pronunciation. Suiyobi. Suiyobi. I think... I don't know why they teach us Wednesday, but they don't teach us the other days. Anyway, today is not Suiyobi, but it's okay. Kuro. Kuro. Suiyobi.
Suiyobi.
Kuro.
Kuro.
Yasai.
Yasai.
Umi. Umi. I don't think Hooded is here, but I keep telling Hooded all these silly ways that I remember the kanjis. and he told me to be careful so that I don't remember in silly ways. But honestly, the silly ways help me. Because sometimes kanji will be used for different words. Like we looked at the word really earlier. Hontoni, it uses two kanji that I'm familiar with from other words. Hon being book and the to in bento. But the way that the to in bento is shaped, I think it looks like a lunchbox. So in my brain, I associate it with bento, but I could still recognize it when it's in hontoni. And hon looks like an open book upside down. Like if you throw a book down. Don't do that though. But if you throw a book down. This is the sea, right? Umi. Right? So over here on the left-hand side, those are the waves coming in. And on the right-hand side, we have the little chairs set up for the people to lay down on. Umi. You're throwing all the books? I'm gonna throw you, Shinigami. I'll throw you with the books. As we say in South Africa. This one, Suyobi.
水曜日
Mm.
海
What is Tuesday? Hold on. Kyou wa kayobi.
火曜日
Kayobi. Kyou wa kayobi. Today is Tuesday. Spiritual monkey, thank you for the lurkies. Now you're throwing things, imaginary things at my face, Shinigami. What did she say?
海
Umi. Oh, it was a guy. Umi.
海
Umi is the sea. Watakushi.
私
Kuro.
黒
Umi.
海
野菜
Yasai.
野菜水曜日
Suyobi.
水曜
Wednesday.
日
Umi.
海
I need to practice grammar at some oh?
黒
Kuro. I need to practice grammar at some point because
私
I feel like I maybe know enough vocabulary now that I could string some simple sentences together.
私
I just haven't gotten around to it. Yay! Let's go! Watakushi.
私
Suyobi.
水曜日
Suyobi. So I think the last two characters are they. The one is day, like the last one is day, but the other one is maybe part of it somehow. Yasai.
野菜
Yasai. Suyobi. I'm still sleeping, or at least trying to. Yeah, go to sleep. Go to sleep. What is the time now? I have it on my world clock. Oh! Disgusting shit! It's like 3 a.m. for him. Three? 4. I'm bad at math. It's 4 a.m. Alright, Suyobi. Suyobi. Was it this one?
水曜日
Suyobi.
私
It's 4 a.m. for you. You also East Coast, Shinigami? Oh, you must be, right? Or in that time zone. Why you no sleep, though? Like, bless you guys for being here, but you gotta sleep. What did it? I wasn't listening.
私
Watakushi.
私黒
Kuro. Umi.
海
Suyobi.
水曜日
New meds plus I miss chillin'. Oh, I mean, fair enough. Sorry to hear that you're having some trouble with your meds, though.
海
I still need
Yes,
to make a plan to go see a doctor to get meds, but the last 2 weeks have just been difficult, so not that my doctor would shout at me for not doing it, but I know she wants me to get on them sooner rather than later, because I think things are just gonna get worse going forward. They're giving you weird dreams. Yeah.
野菜
Yasai.
野菜
Umi.
海黒
Kuro.
黒
Watakushi.
私
黒
Kuro. Yasai. Was it not?
野菜
Ah. Damn it. That's fine.
醤油
Shoyu. 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 This one's tough. I can't even imagine having to write this one. I feel like there's so many strokes in that one.
男
Otoko. Otoko.
醤油
Shoyu. It's very. This first kanji is very intense. Otoko.
男文章
Bunsho. Oh, I fucked this one up earlier. I remember. Bunsho. 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 The kanji for man look like a stick figure flexing. They do sometimes look like what they are. My favorite one will always be kanji for tree and forest. I can't remember what the middle one is, but I think this. Oh, woods. So tree, woods, and forest. This is my favorite because a forest is made up of many trees. It's my favorite. I actually wonder kanji for. Guys, I forgot. I'm very bad with remembering to eat. Ray just bought me toast with peanut butter. Do you guys like peanut butter? I love peanut butter. Yama. So in a way, this kind of looks like a mountain because it goes up the shape. If that makes sense. Yama. Or we also use sun. Like you'll hear in Japan, Fuji-san. Mr. Fuji. The mountain. But otherwise, Yama, I think, is just to refer to the geographical feature, Yama. But when referring to a specific mountain, I think they use sun. Fuji-san, for example. I think it's cute as hell. Ducky! Hi, Ducky! How are you? Okay. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! You slapped me with the Nihongo Jozu! Chilling with the homies. Thank you, Toto, for the raid. How was your stream? Guys, if you don't know Toto, he is Good Bean. Please, if you see the heart at the top of the chat, it says join us in following Toto Stuck. Make it green. Make it green for me. I can't believe you just slapped me with the Nihongo Jozu. How could you? Toto! But thank you. Thank you, and welcome to all the raiders. Grim Pixie, Virus King, Senjin. How was your stream? Oh my god, you were playing Dark Souls? I was missing out, man. I love watching people play Dark Souls because I could never. Oh my goodness. Also, Ducky, I'm doing okay. Today's been a bit of a difficult day. Lovely, short, and mildly frustrating. I could not imagine a Madge Toto though. You two chilled beans. Also, welcome, Pace. I don't know if there's any new peepos here. If any of you aren't familiar with me or my content, let me know. I will introduce myself. I might need to make a I'm new here redeem so that people can ask me to introduce myself. But watch me get trolled. The current boss you're fighting is a silly one. Oh! What do you have to do for that boss? I can't believe you guys. I can't believe you. What a raid message. Hooded would absolutely love that. Sending so much love. Thank you, Ducky. And thank you for the lurkies. You should definitely make it. I won't abuse it. Not so sure about that. Okay. Bunsho. Bunsho. This one doesn't stick very well in the brain, which is why I've been sitting on it for a while. Bunsho. Okane.
Okane.
So, in Japanese, for some things, they put an o at the beginning to signify like, it's kind of like respectful. So, obento, you might know that one. Obento, okane. So, in my brain, the o is fairly simple. But this one, it looks like a bank. And what's in the bank? Nothing, because we're broke! You got a dentist appointment, get out of here, Toto. Go get ready. Go brush your teeth. Go floss before you go. Otherwise, they're gonna shout at you. They're gonna shout at you anyway, but go, go, go. And best of luck with the dentist appointment. I hope it goes well. You adore the new avatar. Thank you! Boss is immune. Keeps inviting other monsters. Oh my god. It's easy to get overwhelmed. Oh, so you have to take care of the ads as well. Bosses with ads are awful. Because I struggle to focus just on a normal day. Okane. This one's easy though. Bunsho. Sentence. Oh, brace is getting tightened? Okay. Well, go brush your teeth anyway, so your dentist doesn't have to smell your breath. Because I know I've heard stories about people who don't clean their mouths, and especially people who smoke. They'll go to the dentist with stank mouth, and the dentist has to whiff your your stank mouth. Feels bad, man.
Okane.
Okane.
Otoko.
Otoko. That's a man.
Otoko.
Otoko.
Bunsho.
Bunsho. Sentence.
Bunsho.
You always do? Good boy. Good boy, Toto. Thank you again for the raid. Get out of here. Shoyu.
Shoyu.
Shoyu. Shoyu. Soy sauce. Shoyu. This one is otoko. Man.
Otoko.
Male person.
Isha.
Isha. I know Isha, but maybe the kanji I'm not very familiar with. Isha. Isha. This kanji looks familiar, but I can't think of where I would know it from. Isha. Isha.
Bunsho.
Bunsho. Sentence.
Bunsho.
Isha.
Isha.
Okane.
Okane. Isha.
Isha.
Isha. Shoyu.
Shoyu.
Shoyu. Isha.
Isha.
Isha. お金、
お金。
お金、
うんうんうん。男。
男、
醤油。
醤油、
うんうん。文文文文文文。
文章、
文章。醤油。うん。うん。
醤油、
醤油。
男、
男。
男、
ん？
男、
Oh, there it is.
男、文
I was
章、
like, I don't see it. 文章。
文章、
So this model, she'll open her mouth if my mouth is open, and her eyebrows will go up. The only problem is if I'm eating, drinking, or yawning, then she will do it as well. So I get exposed now. Y'all gonna know when I'm yawning. I do need to change something though. I see it's clipping just a little bit on the one side. Can make like so now. That's fine. Oh gosh. I was a lucky boy in Toto's stream. Apologies for being late. Noob, is it Noobster? A wizard is never late. He arrives precisely when he means to. So don't worry about it. What matters is that you're here. So thank you for coming through on the raid. Show you.
醤油、
Noobster. Perfect. Oh, I know the kanji now. What is it? Bunsho.
文章、
Okane.
お金、
Otoko. Oh.
男、
Okay, I finished my toast, guys. Has everybody eaten something today? Well, except for Shinigami, because it's like 4 AM for him. Okane.
お金、
Isha.
医者、
Whoa, it's right next to each other. Okane. Okane.
お金、
Hooded! Are you here, Hooded? I have a question. If you are here, if you can hear me. You had soup like 3 hours ago? Oh shit, what kind of soup? I love soup. Y'all are just so cute with your Japanese, yeah? I'm trying my best, man. As you can see, I'm only doing N5, so I'm doing baby Japanese. Itty bitty. Oh! Just pressing buttons on my keyboard. Missing Japanese stream. Oh no! Oh no! I just want to ask Hooded. The second kanji in Doctor Isha looks familiar, but I can't remember. I don't know if I would have gone over it at some point.
医者、
Cream chicken noodle. Ooh. Okay, I'll be honest. I'm a little bit chunky, so like some soups give me heartburn. But. Wait, was it the second kanji? I think it is the second kanji. It's this one. This one. Sorry, I'm a pain in the butt. Wow, why he looks so small on my screen? What the f— Okay, it's like really big here, but when I write it in the chat, like it's a smoosh. I can barely see. I can barely read it. Isha.
医者
Oh, I was saying
一人
hitori. Some soups give me like really bad heartburn, and it's always the creamy ones. But also for some reason, chicken noodle always gives me heartburn, and I'm like, bro, why? Why the betrayal? To where? No. I don't know if Hooded can hear me because he said he was just listening earlier. It means like specialist? Ah, okay. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. It's in my memory for some reason, but I can't place it.
一人
Tori. Ah, I fucked this one up before. Saku.
咲く
Saku. Saku. To bloom.
一人
Hitori.
一人咲く
Saku.
咲く
電話
Denwa.
Hello, motherfucker.
Wolfie, hi. Hello. How are you? What's
What's poppin'?
poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. Thank you, thank you. Denwa.
電話
So I learned this in university because for some reason we learned how to say, what was it, like, my phone number is or something? I can't remember. It was a long time ago.
電話
Denwa. But the kanji is scary for it. Denwa.
電話
But I think these days people don't really use telephones as much. They use smartphone. So
兄
Ani. Ani. Ani.
電話
Denwa.
電話
兄
You doing great? Just busy at the moment? Ah, no worries, no worries. How about you? I'm having a bit of a difficult day today. Or a difficult week. A difficult month, I guess. But it's okay. The bad times don't last. It'll get better. You just have to stick around for the better, right? So it'll be fine.
兄
Ani.
兄
Older brother.
肩
Kata. Not to be mistaken for a polite person, kata. This is the other kata. This is direction. Ah, Hitori?
一人
Hitori.
肩
Thank you, Wolfie.
肩
Kata.
肩兄
Ani.
兄南
Minami. Minami.
南
Mm-hmm.
咲く
Saku. To bloom.
咲く南
It does get better, but you still need to get your meds. I do. I do.
Minami.
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 I will get around to it. I just need to stop procrastinating.
一人
Hitori.
肩
Kata.
肩
Ani.
兄南
I'm officially asking you every day. No, you see, the problem with that is when someone, like, pesters you to do something, it makes them, well, in some cases, it makes them less likely to want to do it. I am that kind of person. If you're gonna bug me every day, I'm just not gonna do it. But don't worry, my brain does a very good job of reminding me every day to do it.
南南肩
It's all I can think about,
肩
that I need to do it, and that I haven't done it yet. 電話
電話
You gonna go and cry now? I want to say enjoy. I don't know if it will be an enjoyable cry, but I hope you feel better, Brimiester. This is to bloom. Saku.
咲く
No, Shinigami, it's okay to cry. It's okay. It's okay. If you need to cry, go cry. It's okay. Sometimes you need to. It can be very relieving sometimes if you need to cry. Ain't nothing wrong with crying. This Minami.
南電話
Denwa.
電話
The only time I tell people not to cry is maybe where they're in a situation where they could get bothered or, you know. I think you should be able to cry wherever you want, but sometimes you want to be left alone. So sometimes crying around other people is difficult. So I don't want to say necessarily that there's a time and a place for crying. If you feel the need to cry, you should cry. But also cry when you feel safe to do it. Where you feel comfortable. Where you're not going to have to explain yourself to people. Because if you want to cry, you don't want to have to explain yourself. You just need to process your emotions. Like yesterday, I had makeup on, so I couldn't cry. That was why I refrained from crying yesterday. Because I was like, you got makeup on, girl. You gonna do this makeup again? Hell no. That's not gonna happen. I'm terrible with makeup. I don't want to do it twice in a day.
一人一人
Yes. It's correct. Continue. It's broken. I don't know why this website is just fighting me all the time. Hi, Vivian. Hello. I think I might just need to refresh and start over that part. Cause he's not working. Hitori. Saku.
咲く
Hitori.
一人
Saku.
咲く
Kata.
肩
Minami.
南
Denwa.
電話
Minami.
南
Hitori.
一人
Denwa.
電話
Minami.
南
Ani.
兄
Saku. 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 Saku.
咲く
Kata.
肩兄
Ani.
兄
Denwa.
電話
Kata.
肩
Ani.
兄
This is like a very random mix of words, but not too bad to learn. Hitori, Saku, Kata, Minami, Denwa, Ani. Hi Smurf! Did I miss your greeting earlier? I'm sorry. How are you doing? good? It's not personal, I promise. 100% promise it's not personal. If it is personal, you'll know. You'll get the vibe, you'll feel it. Iru? To be, of animate objects. Ah. Your Teams has rung and you had to turn the volume down. Oh! That's also no problem. There's no problem at all. I could have gotten away with pretending I had greeted you earlier, but I don't remember if I saw your name before. I sometimes, depending on the person's color, will sometimes miss messages because I recognize people by colors. I don't always read the name in full. You could have. Now I know you hate me. No, you would know, Smurf. You would know. You would get that vibe. You would get that feeling. You would understand. I wouldn't even need to use. I wouldn't even need to use words. Oh no, Smurf! No, no. I love my purple peepos. Although looking at my stream, it looks like your name is green. But it's purple in my chat. I said the colors aren't always the same between the two different things. It doesn't say the color you make it. Oh really? I'm pretty sure it's always. Your name's pretty recognizable anyway, just because of how short it is. How is Nihongo? Not bad, not bad. I'm learning things. I'm recalling things. I'm forgetting a lot of things as well, though. I'm learning some kanji. I'm learning vocabulary and kanji at the same time, though. So when they start, like I've just started this section now, 101 to 125, they teach you the word, iru. They show you the kana first. You become familiar with it, and then they teach you the kanji. I'm trying to kind of do it at the same time, though. What is the similarity between you and grass? I don't know. That feels like a strange question, Annie. I get that vibe. No words. No words aren't needed? Shinigami? I don't hate you guys. What the heck? Why y'all getting hate vibes? I'm so confused. I haven't touched them in a while. I mean, I don't think you've ever touched me, to be honest. Maybe keep it that way. I hope it's a grass these nuts joke. Listen, I can appreciate these nuts jokes. I'm quite a fan of these nuts jokes. There was that was a bad joke. It was a bad joke. It was a bad joke. Annie, go sit in the corner and think about what you just said to me. You should feel bad. I hope you feel bad. Sorry, you're new here. Hi, Yoda. Name an African country which starts with the letter K. Kenya? Uh-oh. Is this gonna be a joke as well? Can you suck on these nuts? Okay, that was a good one, Annie. I forgive you now. As soon as I said Kenya, I was like, fuck. You look like a character from Omori. What's Omori? What is the full name of Omori? I don't want to type just Omori. Just in case. Wait, I can search on my phone just in case it's sussy weird things that Yoda's telling me. Omori. Omori. Oh, it's not. It's not sussy. It's not weird. Okay. Omori. Omori safe. Yeah. I see now. Oh, I look sad. Is it sad? It does look very much like that, hey. Ah. I really like this style. Is it a game? Anime? It's a dark game? No! Is it the Sad Panda? I can't play it if it's Sad Panda. I'm enough Sad Panda by myself. Oh, Switchy! It's on Switch? Yoda, how you doing today, friend? I sent you a message on Discord, but I don't really check Discord while I'm streaming. Okay. Iru. Iru. Iru.
Sugi.
Sugi. Sugi. Sugi. Iru. Ah! Sorry, just a second, guys. Okay, I don't know if any of you guys know this about me, but I am a fidget. I cannot sit still and I cannot ignore things that are sitting in front of me. So I started playing with something on my table and I didn't realize what it was until I stabbed myself with it, and it was a sharp thing. It was like it's a scalpel basically, but it's for craft. It's not like for surgery kind of scalpel. It's like for cutting teeny tiny things. And I'm a teeny tiny thing that just got cut. So I took it off my table. Because I'm gonna poke myself again if I'm not careful. You have no power, so you're feeling a bit annoyed? Is it load shedding, Yoda? Or is it not supposed to be off right now? Iru? Oh yeah? So Iru is for animate objects. Aru. Oh yes, I have friends. I have inanimate objects as friends. I remember that. So is this the new VTuber idea you were talking about yesterday? Yeah. It took me a little while to figure out how to do it. And I haven't like customized like redeems and stuff yet. But I will be doing that at some point because this model is so cute. But it does make me want to have a live 2D one because I just really like how the program works. It seems really cool. It was load shedding, then they couldn't turn it back on. Oh, Yoda, I completely understand. That happens very frequently in my area. So I can understand the frustration. You don't know when it's coming back. Yeah, you feel like on edge. You feel restless. It really sucks. I understand. I'm so sorry that you're going through that. I hope it comes back soon. It is really the worst because it literally means that, you know, you can't even plan things. It makes things very difficult. Big F? Yeah, I agree. Anyway, Iru.
Iru. Sugi.
Huh?
Sugi.
Oh, next.
Yugata.
Yugata. Oh, this. This ta. From, like, kata. So it changes a little bit. Instead of being kata, it's gata. That's interesting. So this one's you gata. You gotta be kidding me. Oh my god. Shinigami. I can't believe you. You gata. Dusk or evening. I feel like we don't really use those words dusk and dawn. The only time I've ever used those words in my life is when describing in, like, video games. Like, we'll be playing a little bit of Animal Crossing later, but, like, yeah. That's the only time I can think of when we would actually use... Because I'd be like, ah, yes, I need to catch this bug during dawn. Oh, movie titles as well, yeah. Books. We don't use it like, oh yes, I'll see you at dusk. Because what, we're gonna go have a shootout in a field or something? I don't know, man. Speaking of live 2D, the prices for model make me want to cry. Yeah, they are very expensive. This one was free though, Yoda. This one is free. And I think you can use YouTube Studio on your phone. So don't need camera. I know you said you use camera for Papa Cam. Yoda, do you not have a webcam at all? Anyway, you got that. You don't? Okay. Shikashi. Shikashi. Shikashi.
Shikashi.
Shikashi. Shikashika. Shikashi. However.
Shikashi.
However.
Shikashi.
Shikashi. Yugata.
Yugata.
It's on the list. So, I was gonna offer you my old webcam. I would need to go and look for it because I'm not going to be needing it probably anymore. It's only a 720p one. But it's Logitech. I used it for a long time. And honestly, I think it would be enough for VTubing. And I'm never gonna have Papa Cam again. So I don't need another webcam. I just don't know where it is currently. I would have to go and look for it. I probably stuck it somewhere because I was like, I don't need this. I'm not using this. And then maybe there's something else that you can spend that money on. Is Papa okay? Not really. But I don't want to cry on stream again. So it's okay. It's okay. No cry. At least I'm not wearing makeup today, so it's okay. Yeah, he's not really doing okay. Thank God for VTuber though. You guys can't see me crying. That's why stream started a bit late. But it's fine. Alright, let's continue. Shikashi.
Shikashi.
Maybe I can give you the webcam, like, whenever we do, like, a meetup or whatever. Tsugi. Tsugi.
Tsugi. Iru.
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 To be.
Arau.
Arau. That is a very aggressive.
Arau.
Arau. Arau. To wash. To wash what, though? To wash a plate? To wash your body? To wash... I don't know. Arau. Arau.
Arau.
Yugata.
夕方
Arau. Maxio 1 Wibble will be there. Yeah, I need to... I don't know. I don't want to have to organize my own farewell because it's a lot of fucking work. And whenever I organize things, I always get like a disappointing turnout. So like, I don't want to have to organize it and be disappointed. So I just want to pick one. But it's still a few months away. I have like 4 months here still, so I'm only leaving end of May. So that's plenty of time. We have to do a goodbye Tato on Johannesburg side and a welcome Tato on Cape Town side. Arau.
洗う
That's such a difficult one to say. Arau. Tsugi.
次
Shikashi.
しかし洗う
Arau.
洗う
Arau. Yugata.
夕方しかし
Shikashi.
しかし
Shikashi. Arau.
洗ういる
Iru.
いる
Iru. Applied for a job in Cape Town, so who knows? I might be there too. Oh shit! For realsies? Do you have like any family there, Yoda? Or you gonna be moving down there by yourself? Shikashi.
しかし
Yugata. Whoa, by yourself? But at least there's like lots of
Yugata.
friends, you know? And if you do end up moving there, I'll be there as well. Iru.
いる
Tsugi.
次
Arau.
洗う夕方
Don't jump the gun. You just applied for a job.
夕方
Yugata.
夕方
Arau. Arau.
洗う
Arau. Iru.
いる
Shikashi.
しかし
Oh, Grand Pixie Streamer of the Week. Let's do Shouty Outy. Also, Yoda, if you want to do Shouty Outy for anyone else. So we're doing this one. And this one. Sheesh! Also, because I know he's not going to do it for himself. But if you see any other streamers in the chat, Yoda, you're welcome to shout them out if you wanna. Yugata.
夕方
Yugata. Arau.
洗う次
You're on your phone, so you can't do the / one? No worries, no worries. We do the special one for Grim Pixie. Because featured streamer.
次
Zugi.
次
It's not my stream, isn't it Tato's stream? Yeah, exactly, Grim Pixie. That means I get to decide who gets shouty outies. That's how it works here. Is my stream my rules? Hehe. Iru.
いる
Smurf. That picture of Smurfs is so iconic. whenever I see those colors together. Does make me think of sour candies as well, but also Smurf. しかし、
しかし、
次。
牛乳、
牛乳。牛乳。I know this one. 牛乳。いちご牛乳 is strawberry milk. 牛乳。牛乳。
牛乳、
昼。
昼、
昼 because 昼ご飯 is lunch. 昼 noon. Noon. I see. Noon. 牛乳。
牛乳、昼、
昼。
どれ
どれどれ
どれ、
どれ
どれどれ
昼、
昼。
昼、
どれ
どれ
どれ、牛乳、
牛乳。
牛乳、
It specifically says cow's milk, so I'm curious if there's other ones.
どれ、
どれ Which?
下、
下。下。
下、
下。
牛乳、
牛乳。
牛乳、下、
下。
下、
どれ
下、
どれ Which? どこ牛乳 No, 牛乳。牛乳。
下、
下。below.
下、
下。
今朝、
今朝 So like牛乳。牛乳。Not a new new. 牛乳。You're on 610. Everything is Minecraft. That's fine, Yoda. I hope you're not on data, Yoda. Because if you are, then I'm gonna chase you away. You using your battery, you using your data to be here. While I appreciate it, rather save it if you need it for something else. Kesa. Kesa. So, asa is morning. Kesa, this morning.
今朝、
You're on the neighbor's Wi-Fi? Should you be? Shita.
下、今朝、
Kesa.
今朝、
This morning.
今朝、
Kesa. This morning.
今朝、
They offered? Oh, that's really nice of them. That's really, really nice of them. No, it's broken again. This website sometimes crashes. It is very nice though. I feel like I've actually learned a lot while using it. Gyunyu.
牛乳、
Hiru.
昼、牛乳、
Gyunyu.
牛乳、
Gyunyu.
どれ、
Dore.
昼、
Hiru.
昼、
Dore.
どれ
Dore. Shita.
下、
Gyunyu.
牛乳、
Dore.
どれ
下。
下、
今朝。
今朝、
昼。
昼、
今朝。
今朝、
He needs some 牛乳。
下、今朝、
今朝。This morning. I just need to check load shedding. Oh, okay, I'm going off at 4 o'clock today. Yeah, okay. How long have I been streaming for? An hour and a half? We'll maybe study for a little bit longer, then we'll switch to Animal Crossing. I recently started playing Animal Crossing again, because Ray's sister is playing. And so I was playing it with her and helping her out. And then I was like, I want to change some things on my island. So that's what I've been doing. So yeah. But let's continue.
他、
Hoka? Other? Hoka? Hoka?
他、 授業、
Jugyo? Jugyo?
授業、
Jugyo. 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 I wonder which one it'll want me to write. Jugyo.
授業、 他、
Hoka. Jugyo.
授業、
Jugyo.
池、
Ike? Pond?
池、
Ike? Pond.
池、す、
Su? No Su.
す、
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 Su.
池、
Ike.
池、
Ike. Pond.
す、
Su. To smoke.
す、
Smoke, smoke.
他、
You want to restart? I could never. I could never. I've thought about it, but then I'm like, no. I'm gonna miss, like, everything that I had. I'm gonna, like, try and do things and I can't because I don't have that thing anymore.
他、
Hoka. I know some people will... Oh, Hoka, not Oka. Some people will take all their stuff to, like, a friend's island, leave it there, and then when they restart their island, they just go back to their friend and they go pick up all their stuff. Things like, I don't know, like furniture or money, the fruits, the crops, the flowers, all that kind of stuff. But that just seems like a lot of work, considering you can only carry 30 things at a time. And then all your achievements are gone.
他、
Hoka,
他、
like, nay. I am good.
池、
Ike,
近く、
chikaku, chikaku,
近く、
chikaku, chikaku, chikaku,
近く、
chikaku,
池、
Ike, pond.
池、
You didn't have much, your island was a 3-star? Ah. I mean, if you're not attached to anything on your island, and you think you would have more fun restarting, then do it.
近く、
Chikaku,
近く、
chikaku. Near. Su,
す、
to smoke.
授業
Jugyo.
授業す
Su.
す
Chigaku.
近く他
Chikaku. Chikaku. I'll just be sad that Zaka won't be there. I mean, the nice thing about restarting is that now you know, like, then you can save up all of your miles and go search for people.
他
Hoka.
他近く
Chikaku.
授業
Jugyo.
授業
Jugyo. Hoka.
他 授業
Jugyo.
す
Su. Hoka.
他
You had the clown sheep who didn't want to leave. Clown sheep? Clown sheep? Oh, he's cute though. Pietro. Pedro. Pietro, he's cute though. His Japanese name, Chupetti. His name is Italian, maybe a play on Piero, Japanese loanword for clown. Ah, Piero. Piero is French for clown. That's interesting. He's smug. Oh no. His phrase is honk honk. Goofufu in Japanese. It looks like he just has like a laugh as his or like honk honk in English. I think goofufu is kind of like a tee hee hee kind of situation. Look at his goofy ass house. What the heck? He was a lot, you didn't like him? That's fair. That is very fair. And in New Horizons, it's still... yeah, it's still pretty goofy. Interesting. I love looking at Animal Crossing characters. There's so many.
授業
Shugyo. Ike.
け
Ike. Ah, chigaku.
近
Kaku. Kaku. Not gaku. Kaku. Shit. Apollo? Apollo's the bird, right? I'm not sleepy, you're sleepy. Other. Hoka.
他 行け
Ike.
行け
Oh, this one's hard. Oh?
授業
Jugyo. Not Gyu. Jugyo. Jugyo. I'll be around, gonna watch some scary movies before the sun comes up. Shinigami, enjoy, enjoy. Your brother's ex called you a basic bitch for liking Apollo? Why? He's a pretty cool character though. Why are you a basic bitch for that? He's cranky? Why am I yawning, man? His name in Japanese is quite literally Aporo. Aporo. It's the same. Apollo, Aporo. Looks like I can't read some of these other ones, obviously, but I can read the Japanese one. It's Aporo. It's Aporo. Look, Hooded. I read the katakana. You got a little break? Oh, Hooded, are you having a tough day? Is it very busy? Hi, Luke. How are you? Finished my work early, but I don't know if they'll let me go. Ah, I see. I see. Listen, if you guys see me yawning, you don't. Just avert your gaze. Today's a difficult day. Allow me to yawn, please. Took a sick day off, at least I get to enjoy your stream. Oh, Luke, I'm sorry. I hope you feel better soon. Oh yeah, also, the emojis, I have teeny tiny emojis that bump on my head as well. I don't know. Yeah. So not only do I have the emote wall, but also just my the little ones bounce on my head as well. You will not avert your gaze. I'm gonna fight you, Hooded. But Luke, yeah, sorry to hear you're having an off day. I hope you feel better soon. I almost took a mental health day and I was like, no, I'll be fine. I can VTube things. It's okay. It's fine. Anyway, Apollo, look at this. It's stunning. This is his bachelor pad. Your brother's ex can shush your mouth. Yeah? I love Animal Crossing characters. They're so diverse. You'll be good just taking some downtime because I have to go to work IRL tomorrow. Oh, yes. Be introverts. Just be in your own space today. Can I send that Japanese song? Yeah. Sorry, I know you've been waiting a while to do that. What did he say? Huh? Chigaku? Chikaku. Near, I think. Ike. Pond. Chikaku. Su. McDonald's. I can't say because I say McDonald's, like saying McDonald's. It's a very uncomfortable to put extra sounds in. Continue that coffee shop. They have Pokemon and Animal Crossing emotes. Oh shit! This is a very cute song though. Okay, let's pause my other music for a second. Are we still lurkies? We are. Why is... Vic has not got a shirt on. What did I just open his stream to? Oh, he just raided out. Oh my god. Wait. Why is my stream open? Oh, because Toto raided me! What the fuck? Toto raided me, so now I have a tab to myself open. Oh, man. Who else can I open? Spawn is streaming. We'll go Loki's by Spawn. Guys, I didn't even put 2 and 2 together. Imagine having your own stream open. How embarrassing. It's okay. I don't know who this person is, but they're playing Valorant. Okay, I said I was gonna pause the music and then I got distracted looking at my Loki tabs. Let's watch this. I know this song, it's very cute. Wait. I want to just move my browser so it looks nice. Coconut marshmallow. Mmm. Potato. Back to chat only. No worries, I did. Starbucks. Very cute. Fuzzy! Hello! How you doing? They'll let you go in like 30 minutes. Ah, sorry, friend. How are you, Fuzzy? You're at your hometown? Oh, shit. Are you visiting family? Is it for something special? It's Hu Tao time today? It is! Oh my god, are you gonna pull for her today? You've been waiting. You helped your uncle clean the house? Oh, damn. If you're using VTube Studio, you know a great plugin? You do? It is, this one is VTube Studio. We'll maybe study for a bit longer, then we'll switch to Animal Crossing.
洗濯
Sentaku. Sentaku. The kanji is scary for sentaku. How am I? I'm okay, Fozzie. I'm having a bit of a difficult day, to be honest. So I'm just trying to make it through the day without crying too much. Let's move this bad boy over again, just so you guys can see nicely. Sentaku.
洗濯
Kuruma.
車
Huh? 自動車?
車
Kuruma. What if I just open Twitch on the desktop where I'm supposed to be working? Oh my god, hooded. No, they're gonna see. You'll send it later. Thank you, Yoda. Kuruma. I know Kuruma.
車
Kuruma.
洗濯
Sentaku.
洗濯車
Oh, thank you, Fuzzy. I I tuned into Vic's stream like as he ended, and he was shirtless, and I was just like, "What the fuck? What the fuck went on there?" I was just checking my browser, and I was changing my lurk tab because someone raided me, so I had a tab open for myself, so I had to go and change it. But then I clicked onto Vic's one. He had a shirt when I opened his stream earlier, and then he did not have a shirt on. Luna was here earlier telling me that Vic was drunk, and I was just like, what? Not a pure innocent say so, Vic. Listen, I think I have a very different opinion of Vic. To me, Vic is very sweet soft bean, not drunk missing shirt bean. These are two very different people. But Luna said he was also drunk. So both Luna and Vic were drunk. Gosh. But yes, that's a side of Vic that I'm not familiar with at all.
車
Kuruma. Kuruma.
車
This is a car. Boom, boom, bitch.
声
Koe. Voice.
声
Uta. To sing. Koe.
声
Koe.
声
Jen is working. Generator. Sentaku.
洗濯
He's been
Wait.
shirtless a few times. Oh my god. What? I've never seen that. No, I'm gonna stick to Cecil wholesome soft bean Vic. I reject this this party animal Vic. I reject. I don't know who that is. I don't know who that person is. It's someone impersonating. That ain't my Vic. He cosplays Ito. Yeah? That makes actually that's true. But Ito's got modesty straps over his nipples. So I hope Vic had modesty straps over his nipples. No nips on stream, please. Hi Pocahontas! Hi cutie, how are you? What did they say?
声
Koe.
声
Koe.
結
Kekko. Kekko. Sufficient. Sufficient or splendid? Nay, brew. How do you know? Kekko.
結構
Kekko. Enough. Kekko. Enough. It's a culture reset? Yeah, I refuse.
結構結構
Kekko. Downloading CCS for your Sims? Oh, you gonna play The Sims? Are you gonna play it on stream, Pocahontas?
結構
Kekko.
車
Kuruma.
車 結構
Kekko.
洗濯
Sentaku.
洗濯
Specifically washing clothes.
結構
Kekko.
結構
Kuruma. Kuruma. Vroom vroom beach is a car.
車声
Quit. You have wicked whims. You can't play. Wait, what does that mean, Pocahontas?
声声
What's wicked whims?
死ぬ
Shinu? Oh, that's a bit grim. Shinu.
死ぬ
Shinu. Oh, it's a mod? Is it a dirty mod, Pocahontas? Oh my god. Fozzie, why you know this? I haven't played The Sims in a long time, but that's very interesting.
死ぬ
Shinu.
結構
Kekko.
結構
Because you play The
死
Sims
ぬ
and you use this mod as well, Fozzie.
死ぬ
Shinu. Koe.
声死ぬ
Shinu.
死ぬ
You don't? Are you sure? I don't know if I believe you, Fozzie.
Got him!
Hey! Hassan! No! None of that! Why you do this? I'm gonna fight you, man. Thank you, Hassan. You better save your money, mister. You're still a student. But thank you, thank you. It went to Heartless Tides, Garomai, and Fozzie. That's very nice. Thank you, Hassan. Did they just teach you the word Shinu? They did.
死ぬ死ぬ
You're gonna use your dad's money? Hassan, please. Yeah, it's anime Tato today. Is she cute, Hassan? What do you think? You don't have the mods? If I have, I won't quit the game. Oh, okay, so you know what you're like. You know you can't do it, Fuzzy. You're not gonna show him the bill? Oh, Hassan. Please don't get kicked out. Don't get disowned. Yes, they taught us Shinu to die. You have 18 plus Otome. Of course you do, Fozzie. Why wouldn't you? Okay, we'll do one more. We'll do one more. Sentaku.
洗濯
結構。声。
声、
車。
車、洗濯、洗濯、
洗濯。
車、車、
洗濯。
洗濯、
洗濯。死ぬ。
死ぬ、
声。
声、結構、
How you doing, Mau Mau? Mau Mau Mau.
結構、
結構。
結構、
結構. Did you make this avatar? I did. It's a free program on Twitter. You may have overslept and you have work to do. I mean, you are up late, Mao. So understandable. Oh my god, is that a little chocobo? I think it is. And it's one of Sarah's? Oh man. I love Sarah. She's so sweet. She's lovely. Shinu.
死ぬ、
Kuruma. Kuruma.
車、
Shinu.
死ぬ、
Cool.
結構、
You look like a 50s cartoon character. Thank you. I think that was kind of the idea with this model. Let me go find the, because it's actually like I really like it. I'll go find the link for you guys. Mo-chan. Sakuraimon on Twitter. They made it. Hopefully that's the right link. But yeah, this is the model that I'm currently using. Very cute. You can customize it quite a bit as well.
声、
Thank you again for those subbies, Hassan. Please don't get disowned by your dad. Okay, I think that's everything for that for now. I just want to see, is my switchy gonna work today? He lives in another country, so it's okay. I think he can still disown you though. Ooh, it looks like it's working. Okay, I can close this browser. He can't, according to law here, until I finish studying. Oh my gosh. And you're going to be studying for a long time, Hassan, so he can't disown you until then. Did they teach you the polite way? No, they didn't. They didn't teach me how to be polite. They literally just taught us Shinu. Alright guys, I need the loo actually. I've been drinking a lot of liquids this morning. So I'll be back in a second. Enjoy the... whatever Biff is doing, I guess. I'll be back now. What's my face doing? Okay, be right back. I'm back. Wait? What's wait? Wait, what? How is life? Oh, today's kind of difficult for fun. I'm having a bit of a sad day. I cried a little bit earlier on stream. I didn't want to though, but... it'd be like that sometimes, you know? Unexpected money so I can afford new glasses? Hell yeah. Thank you, Mao. Thank you, Hassan. Alright. Let's go. You got new glasses? Can you see now, Hassan? Is everything a little bit clearer? Wait, your eyes are getting worse? I don't know how these numbers work. The doctor told me you have skill issue. Leaf is here today. Oh, I need to change the category as well. I am a frog. Just into Japanese when I get free. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, friend. You would never? I've heard it's very good though. Yeah, I've heard it's pretty good surgery to get. Oh man, do I even have space? I don't think so. No, probably not. I was busy, working on some things the other day. It's super short. Oh, is it really? I think it will grow next to a fence. But questionable if it will grow next to a cliff, because I don't think it will. I don't think it will grow next to a cliff. Oh, that's not where I wanted to plant it at all. You have to be careful for a week. Yeah? Careful how? I don't think it will grow here. Can try though. No. It's too close to the cliff, I think. It's okay though. I have way too much bamboo in any case. Don't you have to be careful? I mean, I feel like most surgeries you want to be careful either way. It has a sus name, but don't worry, it's legit. Thank you, Yoda. What exactly is it for? Sell a hot item? Oh gosh, I might as well go do it. It's a lot of the nuke points. Let's go see what the hot item is for today. I'm feeling so sleepy now. Wall-mounted LED display. What? Oh! Sorry guys, be right back. I love how when I walk away from the camera, it makes my it makes my model disappear. I just got take a lot order arrived. I got a fan and also a new pop figure because Ray found a Leafeon for me. Twitch integrated throwing system. Tits! I'm all about tits. Yoda, thank you for the tits. It adds the throwing thing for VTube Studio, VC Face, PNGs, and even Facecam streamers. Oh my god. Don't mind the noise, I'm just opening my box. For my Leafeon child. I'll post it on the Discord so you guys can see also. I love that though. Tits? Because everyone wants to throw things at me even when I do facecam streams and I'm like, no, we cannot. I'll put it in IRL pics if anyone wants to see. Whoa! Camera made loud noise. Cool. Why would you want to throw things at such a sweet, innocent face? That's a good question. Cool. Thank you so much, Yoda. I'll keep this for later. Tits! I love that so much. You'll post in Discord as well. Thank you, thank you! Yeah, in case anyone else wants to give it a try. Not Mama Succubus tagging me on the on the model that I'm currently using. Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, 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 chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Shiro, welcome, raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, Shira. Shiro. Let me just do shouty outies. Quick. What were you playing today? Just chatting. What were you up to today, Shiro? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Yoda. Say so. Debatable. Definitely sussy, Shiro. What were you studying though? I was studying earlier. I was doing a bit of Japanese studies. The avatar is cute. Thank you. It's a new one. I might still have the link. Yeah, it's this one. No sassy. I don't know if I believe that, Shiro. International economics. Oh my goodness, that sounds intense. That sounds very intense. Do you find it interesting though? Ah! Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Lewis, hello. Oh shit! Gosh, it was basically a double raid there because that was pretty much back to back. But yeah, thank you both very much for the raids. Lewis, what were you up to today in Monster Hunter? How was your stream? And thank you for the raid. Sheesh. Okay. Shiro, you were saying that you have an exam tomorrow? Oof. Oof, oof, oof. I hope it goes well. I hope you studied hard today. Best of luck with your exam. How are you doing, Luis? Good to see you. Let's see what they have. Oh, pineapple. I think I have both of those. I collect umbrellas. Do not ask me why. I love the umbrellas in the game. It was good. I played a very little bit of Monster Hunter. But it was quite challenging on PC. I don't think it's made very well for PC. Oh, I don't follow you? Shame on me. There we go. I changed it now. Now I follow. Thank you. I think that must be Yoda. Did the shouty outy. Okay, I have lots of stuff in my pockets. Let me go pack some of it away. So, I'm changing some things on my island. Because, ooh, that's a big butterfly. Because I don't like my old stone garden, and it also doesn't work. You heard there's a raccoon NPC? I don't think there's raccoons in Animal Crossing. There's tanuki. There's definitely tanuki. I don't think there's raccoons though. I don't remember there being a raccoon. Oh, so this was my old stone garden, but I'm not keen on it. Oh, just bury it. Throw it in the ground. I forgot I was supposed to empty my inventory. I take tanuki as a red panda, then as a raccoon, then a red panda. No! Fuzzy, they are not related. They are like cousins. You know, Fuzzy, you're Fuzzy the raccoon. I'm Tato the tanuki. Oh, you know it's not related? Okay. I wasn't sure, because some people think it's the same thing. I am a raccoon dog, you are raccoon. Same but different, you know? You're a sloth? Yeah, Dan? That's fine, at least sloths can be cute. Okay, so if you don't have the option of raccoon, you'll take tanuki. It's good enough. I have to do that with raccoons. I'm like, oh, this thing doesn't have tanuki, but it's okay. They have raccoon. It's fine. Marshall, what is this? So bear with me here. I was thinking about how cool you'd look in something classic, so I actually went and picked this up for you. Is that weird? Probably a little. But it's to your benefit. Enjoy. Classically, Marshall. We need Habibi emotes. Oh wait, comedian outfit? No, thank you. You have your own emotes, Dan. You're also a streamer. You make Habibi emotes for your Habibi. It's not my Habibi. Ignore the roaches, guys. Also, sorry, I missed messages earlier. Luis, you also have this game. Do you like playing it? I love playing this game. It's very relaxing. Very cute game. It's a super cute game, Seth. Yeah, I agree. I love this game. It is very relaxing. You play Cookie Run? I do, Fuzzy. Why? I play it all the time. I play it every day. Except, I did miss some guild battles this week, but I'm still, like, top damage. For now, until Jargon does the last attacks, probably. He'll probably just be second this month. Or this week, rather. What server? Hollyberry! We play on Hollyberry. We have a guild that is very strong. We're like, trying our best. Top 1000. You are too? Do you have a guild, Fuzzy? Do you want to join us? Do you play every day? Because honestly, I need active people to play. And like, bless, I have a lot of people who try their best. Did you get Moonlight Cookie? I did. Strong guild? You wrote guild, Dan. Are you wearing your glasses, Dan? Almost said dad. Dan is my dad now. Oto-san! At least I didn't call you grandpa. That could be well worse. You haven't slept well? Oh, I'm so sorry, friend. Same. Brain not worky? I mean, my brain not worky on a good day, so you know, I understand that. Are you winning, Dad? Have a cup of coffee, Dad. Hi, Crossing Point. You love the new model. Thank you. Thank you. So this one is this one. If anyone wants to give it a try, I love, because I can't actually financially support the creators for now. I like to tell people what I'm using. This is the model that I'm currently using. The person made this model free. You can customize it quite a bit, and I fucking love it. The little star clips in my hair, the little planet on my sweater. It's box joy. It makes me very happy. And I think the creator is Chinese, I think. They're very, very sweet. Welcome home, Hooded. Dan, when are you gonna do VTuber things? I need to empty my pockets because I have all these flowers, but I don't know if I want to keep them. I saw that one on Twitter. Yes, I've shared it a couple times now because I'm like, ah, yes, I want to use this, and then I shared it again when I made my own model. So actually, wait, that reminds me because Mama was tagging me and stuff. Bless her, she's sweet. I love her. She's even more sweet in person. Ayo! Thank you, Yoda. Can't we be friends without VTubing? Of course we can. What the heck? Why we suddenly not friends? We done did been friends this whole time, have we not? Question mark? Oh wait, it's because Yoda said we need more VTuber friends. Okay, I was so confused. I was like, Dan, we haven't been friends this whole time? Okay, it makes more sense now. I thought you were like disowning me as a friend. I was like, shit, man, I don't know what I did wrong. I'm gonna stop being a VTuber if I want to be friends with Dan. Tadaima! What do I say back to Tadaima? I'm a cookie run more because I have dark cacao now, so I have motivation. Fuzzy! Fuzzy! Can you... Wait. Oh, Ray also bought me a fan. Okaeri. Okaeri. Who did though? What did I say I was gonna do? Okaeri. Oh, cookie run. Cookie run. Do you have a guild, Fuzzy? Oh, jeez, that's loud. Kairu. Oh! Oh, you're home? Your current guild is dead. Please join, Fuzzy. If you are a serious Kukiran player, I think we have a vacancy.
Hello, motherfucker.
Hello, motherfucker. I hope you're doing well, Daddy. What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. I just want to double check that I have space in the guild so you can apply. Because I think I actually kicked someone this morning. Aww. Who did you kick? Where's the juicy gossip? Daddy! No, it's not juicy gossip. It was just an inactive player. There's no gossip. Anyway, Fuzzy. Bean boozles. You should just be able to apply straight up. Because, yeah, we do have a vacancy. We have a space if you do want to join. And we have no join requests currently. So yeah, you are welcome to join. We have a space. Did you kick me? No, I think you're still there, Yoda. But you must join as soon as you can, Fozzie, because I think you might get the rewards if you join now. But I think if you try and join tomorrow, it will be too late. You don't know how to leave a guild? So if you go to the guild tab, I don't know how to do it because I'm a guild leader. So I don't know how to leave the guild. Does anyone else know how to leave a guild? I can't because I'm the leader. Click on the guild tab twice, you'll see the leave option. Ah, I hope Fuzzy can find it. Because I wouldn't even know how to, like, hand over the guild. I think I would have to give away my leadership. Oh yeah, here's my tools. I hate running out of tools, and I hate carrying lots of tools. So I normally just place them so I can easily go pick them up. Nope. Election for the new leader. No! I'm still here. What the heck? Why you want a new leader? You didn't even play Cookie Run. You're starting a coup here for no reason. You trying to get rid of me. Huh? Yeah, so this is my tool area. But I want to get rid of this area here. You vote for Jargon? I mean, Jargon is second in command. He was the guild leader for a while. When I wasn't able to play. Or when I didn't really play as much. He was stand-in leader. No, we don't need a new leader. Why are you guys trying to out me? What the heck? I'm doing just fine as a leader, thank you very much. Let's see if we can go find a bottle on the beach. Whoa! Eh? Why is that sitting there? Let's see if your subjects agree. What the heck? Why are you guys voting me out of power? Jargon was the leader, but just because I wasn't playing as much, I wasn't very active. Also, this entire beach was full of recipes. Ash came here, and these were the only duplicates. I was very surprised. You won't be able to join? Oh no! Okay, so you won't be able to get the rewards this week. But Fuzzy, you better take part in the guild battles. Because I have so many people in the guild that just don't hit the bosses at all. You literally just need to... even if you do 1 damage. Ash from Pokemon? No. Ray's sister, Ash. Bamboo drum. Oh, I already know that one. Cool. I'm so glad. Ooh! We got a new gold rose. Nice. Let's water this boy again. You want to try be meta? Nice. I think, what is his name? Dark Cacao is no longer in meta. He's been bumped out by a new character. Imagine being an ancient cookie and you get bumped out. How embarrassing. You just got him? Yeah, so he, what's the name of the guild? It's Bean Boozles. You replaced his son with him? Yeah, I think they're both still pretty good, to be fair. Because I think they both debuff. But little Miss Choo Choo is much better at the moment. I think I'm gonna plant the red roses here, to be honest. There we go. Very simply, because weeds keep growing there and I'm tired of them. So we can just have red flowers there. You want clotted... I hate the name though. The name just makes me feel nauseous. I don't use him though. I like his waifu though. His waifu's pretty good. You missed his event? Yeah, his event was actually a while, like quite a long time ago now. But you hate his name, but you like his design. I don't know. I don't like his character at all, to be honest. Maybe you should download Cookie Run Kingdom as well. You must, if you do end up playing it, you can just let me know. I can add you guys to the guild, but I think I'm gonna get rid of the rest of these flowers. I think, did I pick up the other shitty flowers? I think I did. I think they were over here somewhere. Yeah, so these are the current flowers that I am breeding. I'm missing the blue rose, the purple pansy, and the purple windflower. You want black pearl cookie? Yoda, you need to keep do PvP and do the harbor. Do you have the harbor yet? Because those are very easy places to get. Those are very easy places to get like shards for her. So that would be my recommendation. Even if I don't need, like, my Holly Berry is like, I think she's 4-star now. You don't have any legendary cookies yet? And you're level 46? How? I have weirdly good luck in that game. My Milky Way is almost 5-star. You have the game on your phone, but you never touch it. Ah. You don't have luck? I don't even know. I don't think Cookie Run has like a pity system exactly either, so that doesn't help. Alright, so the new idea, the new plan is that this is going to be my rock garden. I'm also going to make it a bit of like a zen garden kind of vibes. And then I'm going to be able to like farm the rocks. I'm just going to have to put something maybe here so that I can stand in this corner and hit the rock. But then I'm going to have to time skip and keep resetting until it works. I also want to redo this area. You love Crunchy Chip Cookie? You have him ascended twice? Like as in like A2? I use him in my summoner comp and goddamn, he's good. With the summoner cookies, I love him. So I use pumpkin, cotton, oyster. Macaron and crunchy chip together. Oh, they're stunning. Oh, yeah. So it's A2 then. Yeah, I really like crunchy chip. He's also a small angry boy with wolves. What's not to like, right? Wow. I think this spot is for the purple windflower, this spot is for the blue rose. And we don't have space for the purple pansy, but it's okay. That's the reason I still play this game. Oh yeah? Zaka? Nay, bro, I'm not talking to you. Not a shot. I do actually need to replant my other money tree. Look at my collection of money trees. Don't you dare leave. Exactly, that's why I'm not gonna go talk to him. Okay, so God, and I said I would never do this again, but I really want to. I think it, oops, it can't spawn anywhere here. I think the rocks can't spawn here, but they can spawn there. No worries, Fozzie. Take care. Yeah, I think all these places they can't spawn. Oh yeah, I wanted to see what was the hot item today. Wooden block toy or ironwood dresser. Let's sell an ironwood dresser. Get lots of money for it. Not that I need it actually. What has? What's poppin'? Don't mind me, just watching. Thank you, Luis. It is Tanuki. It says a raccoon, but it's not. It's Tanuki. Okay, so ironwood dresser. This is wood and iron nuggets. Oh, this is only 3 softwood. I might do this instead because then I just need to take 1 item out. I have a lot of fossils, goddamn. I can just throw it on the table there as well. Yeah. Cleavy. Oh wait, I have a list to put away. Are you... Wait, do we have the new banners yet? Or is it just Asia? I'm not gonna be able to roll for so long. Oh, that's so sad. But my Milky Way is almost 5 stars, so... That's okay. Why I keep yawning? Oh, I'm getting stuck on chairs. Huh? That's just to block that spawn. Raymond singing. It's Dan. Is that Dan? Oh wait, do you mean the sloth? This one? Oh yeah, I forgot about Harvey's Island. Pumpkins, potatoes. Whoa, I don't remember having these. Interesting. Can you guys still hear the sound? Oh, wait, you can sell weeds. Because I have like the Switch audio, but I also have the desktop audio, so I wasn't sure if it was like doubling or anything. I wonder if I plant the weeds if you'll still weed. Okay, so there's things I'll have to block here. Can I stop yawning? Goddamn! Why am I so sleepy? You? Yeah, there's a sloth character in this game. You said you are a sloth. He sells like plants and shit. Does that sound like you, Dan? You out there selling plants? You were selling weed? No, technically he was buying weed. Oh man. I really can't hide the yawns today. It's just not happening with this model. This is the sleepy model. So Nat is your dealer? Yes. That sounds like me, right? Sorry guys. Oh! I just rubbed my eyes and it made like a squishy noise, like a squelch. Whoops! My whole eyeball gonna pop out. You get to a certain age and your eyeball just pops out. It's just done. Done with you, done with living, done with existing. Oh, and I had to remove my makeup last night in the dark. Oh, that was a pain. I didn't even wear that much makeup yesterday. It was mostly just like eyeliner and mascara. But I still woke up this morning and had like a bit on the one eye. I was like, how the fuck did I miss that? Looks like I got smacked in the eye last night. Fucking cicadas. This is not, they're not a soothing slight chirp. The ones here scream like they're being murdered. Oh, I still need to make more scarecrows as well. For my cute little vegetable garden. I needed to cook as well. I remember the last time I played this on stream. I was like, yeah, we'll cook next time. I need to make my kitchen look pretty so we can cook, and then we just never did. But these are all the recipes that I have. I haven't made that many. What have I made? The seaweed soup, the salad. I don't know what this is. Anchovies. Fried anchovies or something. I couldn't make any of the bread stuff because I had no flour. Tomato curry, mushroom curry, squid ink curry. I made this. This is just fish. This is also fish. Anchovy, sardines in oil. Yeah, I made some of these simple things. But anything that required like bread, I didn't have. This one I've made. Two different kinds of sugar, two different kinds of flour. And then there's also sweet things as well. Pretzels, cupcakes, jelly, apple tarts, mixed fruits tart, apple smoothie, pear smoothie, apple pie, pancakes, carrot cake. These, they look stunning. They look very cute. Alright, so... think what I need to do is... How did I do it last time? I don't remember if I had like a pattern that I used. Yeah, there's cooking! I haven't done any of the new stuff. Like, I have the expansion, but I just never played it. I guess because, like, Genshin keeps me very busy. Yeah, the sound. How did you... There's a way to mirror it. Ah. Oops. No! Oh, what the hell? That was scuffed. This is a very unnecessary step that I'm doing here, but it's okay. Pro pattern! Hell yeah! Okay, so what you do... In order to block off areas, this is to force rock spawns. Because that's essentially what I'm going to be doing. I said I would never do it again. But aren't I a fucking hypocrite? Because here I am. And I'm gonna go over the top. I'm not gonna be careful about my placement. I think I'm just gonna go willy-nilly. I don't think it can spawn anywhere near the house like this. But you know what? In the past, I had to reset a lot because I fucked it up and I missed spots. So I'm not doing that again. Thank you very much. I don't think it can spawn that close to the house. I think probably only need one. I think maybe it can spawn in here. I don't think it, maybe it can't spawn too close to the water. There's like a specific pattern that you can use that makes it like most time effective. Rather than covering up your whole island in these things. Oh wait, before I actually do this, let me just check and see. So if you make a change to the design, it clears them. I just want to double check. Yeah, okay, it did work. Perfect. So that's how you quickly and effectively block off parts of your island to force the rocks to spawn where you want them, instead of having them spawn willy-nilly. Pardon me. There's nothing worse than filling your island with these things, and then just suddenly there's a missed spot, and you have to go back. Whoa, why y'all bonking in my chat? What's going on here? What's going on? And I think I blocked all the pathing around my gardens. Like if I... I don't think it can spawn here, but... Better safe than sorry. So it should not be able to spawn on these parts because I blocked them off. Oh no wait, I didn't block these ones off. I blocked the ones here. So if I go click here, it's transparent because I don't want weeds to grow there. So I had a design somewhere that's just a transparent block. Is it this one? Oh, hold on. There we go. So no weeds can spawn in this whole area. The flowers can't grow either, I think. So the flowers can't spread, but I don't want them to, because they're my little rainbow over there, and that's all I wanted. I just wanted rainbow flowers. And I have the same rainbow flowers this side. Stunning. Do you unlock a gun in this? I don't believe so. The ear movement is super cute. It is. It's when I blink. So if I blink a lot, my ears will move a lot. But if I don't, then they then they don't wiggle. If I move my head a little bit, they wiggle as well. To shoot the weeds? Smoke, please. And other villain. Whoa! Violence. Yeah, I would have to stare at you. And not move. But it's very difficult. My eyes are so sore. I cannot do a staring competition today. Who else is gonna play the new Hogwarts game? Not me. I think we spoke a bit about it yesterday on stream. But me, I'm not comfortable with it. If other people want to play it, 100%. That's your choice. It's not my business what other games people are playing. I think especially myself and all my friends are adults and we can make our own decisions. I'm just choosing not to play it. I have been seeing, can I wink? Yeah, but it's hard. I only winked, like, by mistake. When I try to wink, like, on purpose, it doesn't always register that both my eyes are open. I mean, that one of my eyes is open, so I just don't even bother. One of the biggest creators from the Riot Games universe just started Genshin and he loves it. Oh, hell yeah. You wink with both eyes open? Shut up, Dan. Words are hard. Words are hard. Guess what? You're playing League of Legends, Hassan. That is my guess. I hear it, but I do not see it. Oh, it's there. Bye! It's over the ocean. It's so expensive. Before I could convince myself to buy new games, but now the Game Pass makes me nervous. Don't want to buy it, then get it for free later. I want to get Game Pass again at some point in the future. When I can afford him. It's just difficult because I play Genshin. It's so hard to find time for other games. Check IRL when you can. Ooh. I'm gonna check now because I'm nosy. Y'all know I'm nosy. Oh! Listen, Hassan lives in the literal desert. Literally had a sandstorm blowing his country apart the other day. And now he's sending me videos with snow. Anna, fucking believable. Man's is besties with sand and yet there is snow. When is it my turn to have snow? I don't understand. Make it make sense. They occasionally get snow there. I don't understand. We get hail in summer. We get frozen balls of ice. Not snow, not soft fua. We get fucking aggressive lumps of frozen water thrown at our cars, our houses. I've seen people's houses get destroyed from the hail here. But we don't get snow. But somehow an entire thing, the size of golf balls, will fall from the sky and destroy everything in its path. But no snow. Because it's too hot. Ooh, why my ears ringing? Somebody answer. This is gonna look goofy as fuck for a while, but then hopefully my rock garden works this time. This is gonna be the second time I'm moving my rock garden as well. You had a customer who had to replace his living room furniture because the hail smashed through his roof and ripped his shit up. Yeah. The hail that we have here is violent. In fact, I think it can even be lethal. In some areas, they've had much bigger than a golf ball. I think golf ball is the biggest I've seen. But it can destroy your house and your car. And if it bonks you on the head... We have a picture somewhere of Sky laying on a pile of hail. I can't word, sorry. I'm like that pig. You know, from those old cartoons, I can't remember what the pig's called. But the one that stutters, that was me just now. Can't find my words. Anyway, yeah, there's a picture of Sky laying on a pile of hail. And he seemed very happy, very chuffed. Porky, yeah, Porky the pig. That's what I sounded like just now because I couldn't articulate. You forgot Porky's name? Listen, Smurf. I'd forget my own name if people didn't yell it at me often enough. Okay, so you know, it's nothing personal, Porky. That's just literally my brain. No shame on me. No shame on me. None. You don't know Porky the Pig? Crispy bacon. That news story of the guy trying to read. Oh man. I don't know, is there an easier way to do this? I can't remember. Is your real name Natatoli? Yes. How did you know? Natatally potato sins. I don't think there's an easier way to do this. I think I have to manually, because otherwise it's just putting on the ground. You're just smart like that. It's a good name though. It's no secret that my name is Natalie, but honestly no one calls me that. I think the only time I get called my full name like that is, oh no shit, is when I'm like speaking to like a receptionist or something. And then I have to give like full name. Everyone calls me Nats, Tato, Tater Tots. Everyone calls you Gigi. I mean, I call you Hassan. Oh, no, wrong one. Why am I like this? I just call you Hassan, my son. Hi, get good. No peace. Only problems. Block, ban, delete, reports. Yeah, report your Habibi. He's a menace. Dan, did you end up going skiing again? Or snowboarding? I can't remember which one was it. Did you go skiing? Hajiji instead of Habibi? Well, I don't call him Habibi. That would be weird since he's my son. But, you know. Dan can call him that. Been too busy? Oh, man. Is there like a very specific time frame that you have? Like, are you gonna lose the opportunity soon? I don't know how long you guys have snow for. Since we don't get snow, I wouldn't even be able to guess how long it sticks around for. Because it's so hot here, the hail melts really quickly. So it doesn't even stay for a day. It looks like someone just threw all the ice cubes outside when it hails. I think this place is pretty good. Time will only, you literally just have, it's trial and error, unfortunately. I think I need to put on this side as well. In the mountain there can be snow until April, May. Oh! Nice. And then what do you do the rest of the year? Just be sad? Or is there other stuff that you like doing? I'm very nosy. If you don't want to answer, that's fine. No! Don't want to wear. I've done that before where I accidentally put on the custom thing that I'm using. Cycling and boating? Damn. So you keep yourself very busy then. Oh, shit. This looks very weird, I realize, but it's very important. Because it's either... Ah! Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni, Chilling with the homies. Chicky wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, hey, hey. Chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Welcome, welcome, Tren. How was your stream? You were playing Genshin today? How was it? What were you up to? Are you busy with anything in particular at the moment? Oh, thank you for the shouty outies there, Yoda. Oh, and you did the other shouty outie as well? Ooh, whoops. Y'all did not see that. Could not be me. Did reset and battle pass things. Oh, nice. It's nice to do. If you can do it earlier in the week, then you don't have to worry about it on the weekend. You streamed 2 friends doing their summons. Oh shit! Who are they going for? Your eyes saw everything. Your eyes saw nothing, Hassan. Your eyes don't work, Hassan. They have skill issue. They didn't see anything. Oh, the generator's on, but it'll switch off soon. Your power's not back yet, Yoda? What did I want? You forgot you have skill issue. One got their Yelan they wanted, another one got C1 Hu Tao and Staff of Homer. The friend who got the Homer also got an Aqua Simulacra. Jesus! Jeez! That's crazy though. C1, Staff of Homeless, and Aqua Simulacra? Damn. Do they have someone to use the bow? Big Sag? Oh, Yoda. Sorry, man. That's really butts. He got both his weapons super early. Jeez. Must be nice. I'm trying to think how I did this last time. Because I know... He has Yellen too? God damn, that's very nice then. I think I must just put fences. Oh yeah, I was supposed to put fences there. Let me go get those. He's been saving since last Kazuha run, had over 250 wishes. Damn! Still has 150. Jeez. I have just over 200 saved. And I'm not going to be using them anytime soon because I want Shenhe and Kazuha and Baiju. Baiju definitely is only coming out at like 3.6 or something. The rest of the characters, eh. No idea. You have 230? Oh yeah, you're rolling for Hu Tao today. Best of luck. Hello, Science Gaze. That name still sparks joy. And Tren, you didn't roll for anything? You got Al Haitham and his weapon while trying for Jade Spear. Oh really? Oh man. I have 2 Jade Spears. In 3.7? No ways. I heard 3.6. Please, don't give me more reasons to be sad. Hi, Leo! Leo Mel... Can I call you Leo? Is that okay? Don't really want anyone coming up or rerunning. Just spend on weapons. That's fair. That's fair. Tren is very jealous of me because I got R2 Jade Spear on my main and R1 on my ult. Damn. Oh man. Yeah, I can kind of understand that though. Like, my boyfriend has C2 Yai Miko and Kagura's Verity. Like, damn. I'm very jelly. But I'm also happy that he got them, so you know. Okay, this guy needs to get moved. Rank 2, Wolf's Gravestone. Oh man, I don't even have 1. Sad. Going back into saving mode. For C1 Dia and Baiju. Yeah. I'm saving up for the Doctor. Diluc is on Serpent Spine. I think mine is too, but I can't remember now what he's using. Oh my goodness, you put sack on him? Cease. Yuck! Anna Bibbles! Sorry to raid and run. No worries, Tren. I know it's late. Please go rest up. Take care of yourself. Have a wonderful evening. And thank you again so much for the raid. I was watching Ibs. I think I was watching Ibs. Was it yesterday? And Milo got Tritos. Oh wait, you were there. You were there, Tren. That was yesterday, right? Anyway, it's always good to see you, good beans. Please take care. He's so spoiled. Well, he's got itty bitty little mittens. He must be spoiled. Those little mittens ain't gonna spoil themselves. Thank you, Tran. Alright. I'm doing okay, Nibibbles. I'm having a bit of a difficult day. That's why I'm so sleepy. You did it when you were AR-45, you just kept it out of nostalgia. Oh my goodness. Yuck! Nostalgia? More like no thank you. Ah, thank you, Nibibbles. How are you doing though? I need to sneeze. Okay, maybe I don't need to sneeze. I don't know if my day will get better. I think it's just one of those things. I think this whole month is just going to be very difficult. So I'm just gonna do my best to hang in there. I just have to tough it out. Obviously I knew this day was coming. It was just a lot sooner than I expected, so it's just no bueno in that regard. There's no fun, no good, bad days ahead. But it happens. It does happen sometimes. Like I said before, just gotta stick around for the good days when the good days are back. That's also why we're playing Animal Crossing today, because it's very relaxing. I get to chill. I get to run around and put mannequins all over my island. 10 out of 10. Who wouldn't want to do that, you know? Honestly, don't know if it can spawn next to a fence, but... I actually need to go and relocate all of my rooks Because I actually don't know where they all are. They're just kind of scattered about. Hi, Rachel! Oh, now it's Marshall and he's walking around in a towel. No, thank you. I'm not talking to him. I'm doing okay. I'm having a day. Not doing so great, honestly, but I'll be fine. How are you, Izzy? Izzy? Rachel. I didn't even read the second part of your name correctly. Don't mind me. I'm very tired. Sleeping bag? No, thank you. Okay, well there's one of the rocks and I think there's another one there. Thank you. But how are you? I hope you're having a good day. Okay, it definitely can't spawn in here, but I just need to go and block off this part. Because it can spawn here. I had it spawn here once before and I was so irritated. Because I didn't even think about this area. Meringue is so cute. I love her. There we go. And I need to redo this flower bed at some point. My gold roses. What you trying to spawn? I want to move my rocks. So I had a rock garden like a long time ago that used to be over here. So my rock garden used to be in this area. And then I didn't care too much for it being down here anymore and I wanted to move it. So I did move it and it took a long time and it was horrible and I hated every second of it, but I did it and I was like, I'm never doing this again. But I couldn't get it to spawn where I wanted it to spawn. And I just ended up getting frustrated and I gave up. My rock garden is, or my previous one is over here now. So I'm trying to move it. So I'm just blocking off my island with the designs so that it won't spawn where it's not supposed to spawn. I don't think it can spawn here because of the cliff. Eva also has meringue. What are some of your favorites Animal Crossing characters? Oh shit! Hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni. Spawn! Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna, chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Hey, hey, hey! Chicken and macaroni, chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies! Now I have a tab open to myself again. Let me just go relocate myself quickly. Chachi streaming. On Summer-san. Let me just follow this person and then I'm gonna go look by someone else. There's lots of people streaming now. There was like very few people streaming earlier. Miss Fifi's streaming. Okay, let me go open her as well. 10 out of 10. Okay. Sorry for the distraction. Welcome, Raiders. How was your stream, beautiful? What were you up to today? No onigiri today. So Spawn, I still need to fix it. Girl, I'm just having a rough time at the moment, so I haven't been able to really do my shit. Yeah, you know how it be sometimes. Today was a busy day. You played Stardew, Final Fantasy, and Apex? Damn! Had to fix my tabs. You had 2 Nintendo tabs. Yeah, I had to go and change my tabs because I had a tab to myself and I was like, absolutely not. Not happening. Thank you for the biddy Sepples. But yes, thank you again so much for the raid. Did you have fun though? Because I feel like sometimes I can feel very tired when I stream lots of different things because you have to keep changing the category and whatnot. And my brain gets tired doing that shit. I don't know how it's gonna spawn over here. You know the feeling of needing to sort the shits out? Yeah, like I'm just very sad lately and it's very difficult to get things done. You know how it be. The brain juice is sometimes just not working in your favor. It was fun because you kept changing it up. At least it seems like it ramped up in energy levels. Instead of going like back and forth. It just ramped up. Because I feel like a game like Apex is like very intense in comparison. Open for better soon, thank you. I don't want stream to be a pity party, but I also want to just let people know that I'm not like 100% at the moment. I'm sure you know, but my doggy's not doing well. So that's just been very difficult for me. Tell Spawn to stop bullying me? Never. I will never. You also started it, so... Start shit, get hit, Cephals. I'm sorry. They didn't like your jokes and they made you sad, Stitch? Damn. Tough crowd, man. Were they bad jokes? Sorry, I'm doing very boring stuff in Animal Crossing today. I am putting down a red sweater. Which makes sense if you know the game. If you don't know the game, I just look like I'm insane. You know? Ah! Oh my goodness. Chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Chicken wing, hot dog and bologna. Chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. Welcome, homies. Hey, hey, hey. Chicken and macaroni. Chilling with the homies. We've had so many raids today. Holy shit. This is mad shit. Moby, thank you so much for the raid. God damn, you guys making me hungry? Sorry, man. Let me just do the shouty outies quickly. Because we have 2 shoutouts that we can do. I should just have a button to do. I haven't followed you. Shame on me. I had to dump these kids somewhere because daddy needs to buy some. Moby! I hope you had a good stream though. I don't know Splitgate, but if you need to get out of here, go take care of yourself. Even you, Spawn. Please. If you need to go stretch your legs, go get something to eat, go rest, please don't hesitate for a moment. And thank you again both so much for the raid. Accidentally winking at you guys. But yes, please do take care of yourselves. And welcome to all the raiders. The same message goes for you guys. If you need to go stretch your legs, eat something, drink something, please go do it. I'm not going anywhere for the next hour and a half-ish. So if you need to take a nap, get out of here. You do need to rest your eyes. They're cheering up. Oh my god, please. None of that. Redeeming stuff sporadically. Of course, of course. Thank you, Spawn. Really cool model. Thank you. It's a free one. It's the one I found on Twitter. If you want to check it out, Moby, it's really cool. I really like it. And the person who made it is also really sweet. You'll find better jokes and redeem myself next time. Oh, shit, it's the Stitch redemption arc. Is Raymond still singing? I can hear Balloon, but I cannot see Balloon. He's still singing. Oh, there's Balloon. Huh? No, no, no. Got him. Market auctioneer's cap. Okay. Interesting. I'm just now realizing I actually don't have that many open spaces on my island anyway. Is anybody else feeling a little snacky? I'm feeling a little snacky, but I don't know what I want. Oh, actually, let me take my multivitamin. Because I haven't taken that in a couple days. I can't reach it. My arms are too short. Ah! You're feeling a little snacky, Sinjin. You just had ramen? Nice. I ate a couple hours ago. Ray brought me peanut butter toast. It was very tasty. I should be drinking more water as well. Also, I'm a baby when it comes to swallowing pills. You know how like with like cats and dogs, you have to ram it in the back of their throats and then like rub their neck to get them to swallow it? Yeah. Not that you have to do that to me, I do it to myself, but like I have to like stick it right in the back of my throat and then quickly take a sip of water so I don't have a like, I can't back out of it, I have to swallow it, otherwise I'm gonna choke. I can't swallow pills, I don't know why it's so difficult. I guess my description was a little bit sussy, but y'all know what I'm saying. I have a lot of trouble swallowing pills, okay? It's very difficult. And sometimes it gets stuck in my throat as well. Oh, a little bit sussy. Very sussy. I'm sorry, but that's how you make a like. There's pets who just won't take pills. I'm lucky because Sky takes pills. Like I can just feed it to him and he'll eat it. If I drop it on the floor, he's like, "Oops, it's for me," regardless of what it is. But Ray's mum's got a cat that is a fucking nightmare to give pills to. I have to hold him down, pry his mouth open with one hand, then put the pill like down his throat, and then hope and pray that he swallows the damn thing because he's a fucking menace. I have a scar on my one hand from him because he like scratched me the one time when I was alone. I had to give him this pill all by myself. So yeah. A blind man walks into a bar, then a table, then a chair. Oh! I did. Grim Pixie, that emote. That is so cute. Sinjin! I'm not calling you Habibi though. I only have one Habibi. It's my Ray BB. All your pets hate pills. You have to wrap your cats like a burrito so they can't escape. That's what I had to do. And I still managed to get a scar out of the whole situation. And it's like, it's quite a visible scar as well. Little shits. But yeah. if you burrito the cats, it's much easier. It's still difficult because you have to hold them down somehow. A guide to fall off a staircase. Step 1, step 3, step 6, step 12, step 16. Oh man. That's pretty good. Okay, so I think it can't spawn next to the water. It can't spawn anywhere here because of all the stuff. But I'm gonna have to fill this entire place with mannequins. Now it's meringue? No. There's only one person I want to leave this island and it's Huck. There's a nasty little frog. You guys can't see because of my head, but this one. He's the only one I want to leave. I still don't know if I should use the 30 diamonds to kiss my love interest. Stitch, what are you talking about? I'm gonna need more context. This emote? Yes, with the little eyebrows. It's very cute. The little husky puppy is also very cute. But the eyebrows one, definitely. Gonna make a snaky brows one today. Oh hell yes, engine. That's gonna be cute as heck. You're playing a game, you finally have a chance to kiss the love interest. I've waited 3 days for this, but it costs 30 diamonds. I have 48. Does it like add anything? Does it help to do that? Will it progress your game at all? I kind of want to say yes, just because of how long you've been waiting for, to be honest. It gives extra scenes now and later in the game. I don't know, man. I think I might go for it. Is it hard to get diamonds in that game? She's engaged to someone else? Maybe not a good idea then. Call me crazy. Wait, what? Where did it? Oh, it will be somewhere at the top. This better be good. 10k bells. I don't know if that was worth it. I'm joking, it's always worth it. Money! Not that I need money. I have like 15 million just chilling in my bank for no reason. Other than I got the achievements for this what is it called? The stalk market? Ah shit. Could she possibly get mad at you for kissing her? I don't remember. Oh, here we go. Cornering the stalk market. I finished this, as you can see, like very quickly. So I no longer buy and sell. Oh, she kissed you first. Now you have to decide if you kiss her back. Oh, damn. It depends. I don't know. Do you have morals or nah? Do you have a conscience? Or does it not matter because it's a game? I don't know. I don't know how people feel on the matter. What's with all the red sweaters? Dan, you don't like my red sweater? You have something against red sweater? Are you asking because you're being a little shit, or are you actually asking? You're actually asking? What if I just don't tell you and I just let it torment you for the rest of the days? Just red sweaters everywhere. It's my design. It's my professional red sweater design that I made for myself. You don't think it's beautiful? You don't think it's worth displaying to the masses? You don't think everybody would want to see this? I'm putting it all over my island so that everyone can see it. So there's no chance anyone would miss it. It's beautiful and it must be seen by the world. Thank you for the beauty samples! But the real reason behind the sweaters. So, and I explained this earlier, but I know your old man ears be tired today. So, what I'm trying to do... You gonna do it? Do it. If that's what your heart tells you, do it. So, here's even more. I know you're working, I'm just messing with you, Dan. So you see I have here, there's like a little section with some rocks in it. I'm trying to move these rocks. However, they can spawn anywhere on the island that has a... I think it needs to be a 3x3 block open. But because I want to spawn them in very specific locations, i.e. I want one to spawn here, and I want one to spawn here, you get the drift. I want one to spawn here. I'm blocking off the rest of my island to force them to spawn in those locations. It's a bit troublesome, but honestly, when they spawn in the correct location, it feels good, man. Haruka Hime! Hello! How are you? There's some rules about where it can spawn and stuff, and I can't quite remember how the spawning rules work. So I'm kind of just... I'm placing them everywhere. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna spend the next hour and a half placing these things. Yeah, so this is kind of like a thing that people learned how to do. I don't know if it was something you could do in previous games, but yeah, blocking a spawn could be better. Same, to be honest. I hope you do feel better soon, Haruka. Some days we just wake up with less spoons than we wish we had, but it's okay. We'll have more spoons another day. Lily, I love you. Please move. Thank you. Yeah, I'm unsure about the spawning rules, but it's okay. I'm just gonna be very liberal with my red sweaters. Piss off, Dan. I think, was that another biddy, Cephals? I've lost count now, but thank you. Thank you all the same. Oops, not that one. Honestly, to someone who doesn't play this game, this doesn't make sense. This looks very strange. But I promise it makes sense. So they can't spawn on certain paths, on custom designs. So this whole area here that I have on the right-hand side, it can't spawn there. Can't spawn on flowers, but it can spawn in flowers. So if you have one spot open, like... I have a spot open here. If I didn't have something like this custom design, if I didn't have this here, a rock could spawn here. A rock might still be able to spawn there, I can't remember. But here's another example. Actually, hold on. What I can also do is just scooch it in the middle. Then it definitely can't spawn. But yeah, it can't spawn anywhere here because this is all custom floor. Or custom designs, rather. It can't spawn on the bricks, but it can spawn on dirt and sand. Pathing. It shouldn't be able to spawn here because there's trees. So it can't spawn within a certain distance of trees. It won't be able to spawn here because there's no open spots. There might be in the gardens actually. I might just drop the mannequin down because of the flowers here. I don't know. I don't remember what I did last time. But I did have some rocks spawning in people's gardens. So that was a little bit annoying. It can't spawn within a certain distance of houses. There's like a whole lot of like rules. I can't remember the rules now, which is why I'm just dropping these down just to be sure. Because I don't want to have to do this many more times than necessary. There's only 6 rocks. But if I can get it in like 10 or less resets, then I'll be happy. Because you just have to time travel to get the rocks to respawn. That one might be fine. That's a bit of a one. Your web is breaking down. Oh, Smurf, no need to worry. Go do your thing. It's always good to have you here, but only when it's convenient. Take care, friend. Yeah. Bye. Be good. Have a good day. You know the drill. Okay, so it could spawn. Technically, it could spawn here. However, actually thinking about it, I thought so. I'm a dummy. So what I actually have, and I didn't realize until a second ago, because I was like, why is there no weeds here? It's because I actually what's that stuff called? Shit, I don't remember the name now. There's this other stuff that you spray on things that can make it like waterproof. I essentially waterproofed or weed proofed my yards, so weeds shouldn't grow in their gardens. Because I put the transparent. Oh, I don't have a slingshot. Fuck. I put a transparent floor on the ground, so it's gonna stay grass. So I actually didn't even need to put the sweaters in there. That's fine. It's okay. I couldn't remember. You have a new chapter. You need to release tomorrow, but you haven't even started yet. Ooh, you better get started, Stitch. Is it just a normal slingshot? Yeah. Yeah, so I don't remember. But basically, if a weed doesn't grow there, it's very likely that I've weed-proofed it. Should probably do that in here, to be honest. Look at this big boy. Let's see if we can get him to jump into the waterfall there. No. Damn it. I don't think he will go that way. I don't think he can fit. Oh? Ooh, he sounds angry. I think he's stuck. You updated on Friday. You left your readers on a cliffhanger. You were on vacation, then you got sick. Must take care of yourself. Hi, Momo! Chicken feet. Chicken feet. Hopping and a goalie. Chicken and Maseratis. Chilling with the thotties. Momo. Be serious. Okay, let's stop bugging the bug. No, I do need to go this way. Gigi's Hassan. Still want a snack, but I don't know what to have. What do we have? Oh, sorry, Lily. I love Lily. She's very sweet. Beep beep. She learned that from Stella. Stella says beep beep. Squat to win. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think anything can spawn here. I don't think it can spawn here either. Might be able to spawn here. Let's just throw this down. How are you doing, Momo? Besides coming here with your cursed words. This is my rock hard gym. Get it? Because it's on a rock. Hehehe. Bad joke is bad, but it's okay. Imperial low table. Ooh. But what color though? I wanna go throw it down and see. Ooh, I think I have that color already. Alright, I think I just have to fill out this area and buy the trees. Not Meringue. No, I'm not talking to you. She possibly wants to move out. I should have told Dan that red is my favorite. Red is my favorite color. Missed opportunity. If anyone else asks, that's what I'll tell them. It's my favorite color. You don't know? Dan, you don't know? You don't know this game? It doesn't seem like something you would play. You gonna Loki's? Enjoy Stitch. Hope it goes well. What's poppin'? Don't mind me just watching. You've played it? For realsies? And you didn't add me? I'm so offended right now. You didn't come visit my island? Ha. Imagine. Debt free since 2020. Oh man. I haven't played the updates. You know, there was that like expansion or whatever the fuck, the DLC. I haven't done that stuff. But I wasn't going to until I'm happy with the outside of my island, cuz like yeah. I'm never fucking happy though. But I know that once you do a certain amount of it's called like Happy Home or something, Happy Island, Happy Getaway, whatever the fuck. Once you do enough of those, you can like customize your house a lot more. So I haven't wanted to decorate my house because I'm like, no, I'll do it once I have that stuff unlocked, but you know, I haven't done that stuff anyway, so. But I will. I think once I move my rock island and just clean up the rest of my island, then I'll start doing the DLC stuff. Because I bought it like when it came out. And then just never did it. Eva loves that expansion? I haven't even looked at it. I kind of fell off. Like most of my Animal Crossing hours, I have a lot of hours. Oops. At least 600 hours of my Animal Crossing time was played in the first like 6 months or something. Let's say 6 to 8 months because I can't quite remember now. But I played most of it like right in the beginning. And then yeah. It's her favorite part of Animal Crossing now? Damn. My favorite part used to be like going around to all the like mystery islands. But I haven't had someone want to leave in a long time. Oh man, when I had COVID last year, I was trying to get someone to move out and they just would not fucking leave. I got so annoyed because someone had, I think it was Julian. Someone had Julian for me and I was like, please. And I just couldn't get this other thing to leave. So that ship sailed. So yeah, I want Huck to leave so I can get, I want Diana and I want Julian. And then I think I'm done with my characters. Look, here's my army of red sweaters just for Dan. I'm gonna fill this whole field with them. I swear there was an easier way to do this, but honestly don't remember. At least cleanup is like fuck all, you don't have to do anything. Interior design queen. Yeah? Did she ever post like did she ever post stuff that she's done? I love seeing people's designs. I'm not very good at designing things. But I like to see other people's ideas. Oh! Sorry, Ray bought me a drink. New model? Kinda hero. I'm just gonna shuffle between all of them because I like using different things. But it's this one. It's very cute. It's like a... like anime style. You know? Like a drawing. It's very cute. I love it. Manga. Not anime. Manga. You outies hooded. You're gonna go eat and then pull for hotel. Best of luck. Put it right on the server. Tell us how it goes. Hope you feel better. Thank you, thank you. Have a good evening, friend. What should I name my main character's first child? You asking a bunch of strangers on the internet? I have no idea. I'm pretty terrible with names. It takes me ages and lots of thinking to think of a name. Because my book is for a bunch of strangers on the internet. That's fair enough. I have sriracha peanuts somewhere. Maybe I should have some of those. I had peanut butter already today though. Do we have double peanuts? I love peanuts, to be fair. Would not be a bad snack. I don't remember what I made this little sand patch for. But it's going now. Whoa. There we go. Alright. I'm gonna go fetch myself a snacky. I made myself hungry talking about it. Raymond's gonna entertain you, I think. He's dancing. Can I take a picture while I'm seated? Oh, nope. There we go. Okay, I'm gonna be right back. I am back with peanuts. I love peanuts. And these are spicy as well. Not very spicy, but spicy enough. Cloudburst! Shit, fam. Thank you. I hope you're having a good day. I'm eating peanuts with a spoon because I don't want to make my fingers dirty. Thank you, Wolfie! I just went to get a snack because I'm feeling so sleepy. Yeah, with a spoon because I don't want to put my greasy peanut fingers on my controller. Why? How do you eat peanuts? How do you game and eat? Do you just put your greasy hands all over everything? With a spoon! Why are your peanuts greasy? Because it's a nut and it has natural oils in it. What do you mean? You got dry peanuts? These are also sriracha ones, so they're covered in salt and spices. And I ain't about to make my controller spicy, so, you know. Eat it with a spoon. You just hold the packet above your head. You eating a whole packet of peanuts? In one sitting? Keep on keeping on. Thank you, Luke. You too. I hope you feel better. I hope tomorrow is an easier day than you think it might be. I know it can be quite rough. But please take care, Luke. And send love to Eva. I'm making you hungry? Sorry. I've been yawning for most of today. I didn't really sleep well, but also it's been a difficult morning. Cowburst. Just guzzles the entire packet of peanuts. Go so far as to not chew. He just swallows the peanuts whole. And then greets them when they come back on the other end. Mmm. I want those, I don't know if you guys have seen them. It's like one of those silly internet invention kind of vibes. Where it's basically like a pair of chopsticks. But it like hooks onto your fingers. For you to eat like chips while you're gaming. I don't think it would work really well with peanuts though. Because they're a bit small. Whee! Our army grows. Just for you, Dan. Army of red sweaters. We're the sweater squad now. You eat popcorn with chopsticks when you play Monster Hunter? Exactly! Exactly. I think popcorn's a little bit easier to eat with chopsticks. If I had to eat peanuts with chopsticks, I would not eat a lot of peanuts. I would not get very far. But yes, who wants greasy fingers on those things? I guess the alternative is Cloudburst's method of just tipping it into your face. Just shovel it in. You got knickknacks? Hell yeah. I haven't had knickknacks in ages. I was actually thinking about them the other day. Sometimes you just want some cheesy goodness. Some cheesy crunch. What is your favorite flavor of knickknacks? It has to be the classic cheese. Has to be. I'm not too much of a fan of fruit chutney things. Or barbecue flavors. And I think there's a spicy knickknacks. There's like a, is it like chakalaka flavor or something? I just like the classic cheese. It ain't easy being cheesy. JK, it's very easy to be cheesy, but I do like the cheese. It's just got like... It's very salty. I think that's why I like it. But that's also why I like eating peanuts. Because they're very salty. I'm not a big cheese person, just like as cheese itself. I don't care too much for cheese, but cheese flavored things, it's the same with tomatoes. I don't like actual tomatoes, but I fucking love tomato flavored things. Tomato sauce, tomato juice, tomato paste. I cook with tomatoes. Welcome back, Yoda. Is your power back? Also, are you streaming today, friend? Have you eaten also? It's not too hot today at least. Not a big fan of tomatoes. What don't you like about tomatoes? Because it's almost always the same answer for everyone. And the people who don't like tomatoes, we all don't like it for the same reason. Still no power? Friend, are you okay to be here? Like, I'm sure you're bored. But like, is your battery okay? Do you remember when there was a rumor going around that we were gonna get stage 2 for 2 years and everyone was like, what? Yeah. Funny joke, huh? Charged everything with the generator, saving petrol for tonight. Oh man. Sorry to hear that, friend. I really do hope it comes back soon. It is really awful to be without power and not knowing when it could be back. I think it can't spawn here. So it should be fine. We'll try to stream. I need 3 more Genshin hours for the Twitch thing. You want your free temple? I don't know how many hours I've done. But I know that I got an email. Where was it? So, as of the 30th, like well, I guess second last day of Jan. As of the 30th, I had 18.9 hours. So, I know I had some long streams this week, and I played Genshin. Over the last week, I've played, I think, enough. Because you need like 30 hours, I think. So I'm just hoping that I made the 30 hour. Because that's going to go into the Baiju fund, the Shenhe fund, the Kazuha fund. I think you hit 30 hours, yeah? I hope so. Because it's not like a difficult amount to achieve, especially because I stream several times a week, but I'm bad at math, so I always overcompensate for that kind of stuff. I remember when they first brought out that program, you had to go and calculate your own things and provide proof of the hours that you streamed and stuff, and I stopped doing it for a while because of that. But now very simply, you just play. You just stream and it's fine. So it's nice that they have like some kind of integration now that you don't have to go and you had to take screenshots and you had to submit and oh, it was hectic. Oh, Dan, thank you for the Lokis. Dan's just going to poop quick. He'll be back just now. I'm joking, I'm joking. I hope he's not here. Dad, go away! Go poop, man! Ain't nobody gonna stop you. Go poop, man! That's what I'm gonna say now. Whenever people look, I'll be like, okay, enjoy your poop. That way I don't have to ask where they're going or what they're going to do. They're just gonna tell me. They'll be like, I'm not pooping! I'm going to XYZ. No. I like that it's still the Christmas hat one as well. Oh, I need to change that at some point. It's one of my favorite emotes. I either got it from Fozzie or Hooded, I can't remember now. You want a poop command? Dan's gonna go drop off the kids at the pool. Yoda's the poop bot. What would this stream be if we did not speak about poop at least once, you know? That's when you know that I'm truly in a bad space. If I don't mention poop. So clearly I'm not so sad that I can't make poop jokes. Yoda, you have this game, right? Why did I say that so weirdly? Poo lurk. Oh, I can't breathe. Enjoy your poo! I hope it goes smoothly. It will never not be funny. Oh yeah, we were talking about it earlier. Of course you have this game. What a stupid question. You need things because my house is full of random stuff. Listen, my storage is at 2,000 out of 2,400. I don't think I need more stuff. Oops. I have an ample supply of stuff. This rock is harshing my mellow man. It's fine, we put that there for now. Zucker calls me Cupcake. I don't remember why. You got Tia a gift? It's weird, but okay. Oh yeah, his catchphrase is takoyaki, because that's what he is. Why the markings? What markings? I don't know what you mean. Pew, 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 pew. Zucker is best boy. He is a sweet boy, yeah. He actually lives in the same little village as Tia, and I'm pretty sure she lives just across the road from him. So, this is Zucker's house over here. And here's Tia's house. Tia is home currently. I hope it's not her birthday. The random red jerseys. It's because red is my favorite color. And I just want to see red things everywhere, Yoda. Hey, sweet baby, what are you doing? A terrarium? Wow. Bless you. You sweet elephant, I love her. Oh, I can't remember where Maestro comes from. I think it might be Marshall. Your favorite color is green? What are you talking about? Oh, I'm just being a little shit because everyone keeps asking me what's with the red jerseys, and I've explained it at least twice at this point. So now I'm just finding bullshit reasons until I feel like explaining what it's actually for. And I said red being my favorite colors. There are several in fact, there's a mammoth character, Yoda. Have you even played this game? Do you know that there's squirrels and cats as well? They're besties, in case you didn't know. You saw the red jerseys and I'm confused, but I'm also too tired to question it. Okay, so basically what I'm doing is this prevents spawns. It stops things from spawning in this area. You haven't seen elephant? Nay, brew? Nay, absolutely not. I will not stand for this. I will not. We're gonna go look quick. You saw pink gorilla? That's Rocket. I can't stand her. There's all the elephants, by the way. Elephas Maximus. In New Horizons, there are 12. The most there have ever been. You gotta make custom floor things that you put down and rocks can't spawn. Yes, however, placing those are very annoying. You have to place it on every block, whereas the custom design prevents in a 3x3 block. So those are well more worth it to put down. Alright. I think it's gonna show the most recent like model or whatever. The most recent design. Here's Axel, the jock. Big Top, the lazy fuck. Chai, she's peppy. Sid, he's cranky. He looks cranky. Dizzy is lazy. Elena is not in Animal Crossing New Horizons. She's in these ones. She's peppy. Ellie, she's normal. Eloise is snooty. She's kind of cute though. Margie, she's normal. Opal is snooty. Paolo has got wombat poop shaped eyebrows. He's lazy. Here's Tia. This is my baby. She's a teapot and I love her. And then Taka, he's the mammoth. In Japanese, Zo. You see, elephant. In Dutch is olifant. Ask me how I know that. But yeah, there's all the elephants. You thought it wasn't... No, but there are anteaters. That's the thing, Yoda. Let's see. Can I type anteater? Cha-cha! There's 8. There are 8 anteaters in New Horizons. Yoda, you literally live in Africa with elephants. What the fuck? Here's Annabelle, Annalisa, Antonio, Cyrano, Lulu. Pardon? Nosegay? I do not know how to read that name. Anyway. Olaf, I hate him. I hope he dies. I hope he falls in a deep hole. I can't stand him. Pango, she's technically a pangolin. Snooty, and Zoe. So there are anteaters in this game. Anyway, now that I've done educating Yoda on the animals of Animal Crossing. So yes, this is to block spawns. Do you know why? Because I'm moving my rocks. So these will just prevent the rocks from spawning where I don't want them to spawn. Anyway, we were on our way to Tia before I had to teach Yoda about the elephants there. Rock gardens are so annoying to make. They are. They are very annoying. But I've done it twice before. I will do it again. I ended up not giving the gift to Tia because she gave me a crafting recipe instead and I got distracted. My past self wrote 900 words for the chapter I thought I did not work on. Ah, very nice. An essay set. Aww. Alpaca Paca? Actually, don't know what my character's currently wearing. Oh, that's kind of cute though. Yeah, we can keep this on. Ash Dash! Look how cute she is. I love Tia. Okay, so now I just need to do this side. I think that's everywhere then. Are there more efficient ways of doing this? Most likely, yes. Am I still gonna do it this way anyway? This Oki is still here. I have run out. I'll have to go get more. Then let's go throw down some more sweaters. Ooh, I have to keep an eye on the time the power's gonna go out. That'll at least give me a bit of a warning so I can prepare for the end of the stream. What did I click on? My spacing is janky, but it's okay. I'm too lazy to actually do it properly. And I don't think it should be able to spawn anywhere near the water, but we're not gonna risk it. I wasn't joking when I said I was gonna spend an hour and a half placing fucking red sweaters. But if I'm not mistaken, I think this is the least painful way to do this. I wish you could just choose, like, be like, ah yes, I want the rock to spawn here, but you can't. At least the music in this game is vibey as hell. And it changes, I think, every hour or something. So, like, at different times of the day. The music that plays at, like, I think it's between, like, 1 AM and 3 AM is so fucking weird. Is that a balloon I hear? Nice. Why are you putting— I'm gonna put you down, Mao. It's on a need-to-know basis and you don't need to know. Oh, so close yet so far. Let it spawn in the wrong place though, I'm gonna cry. I'm just gonna go straight to bed. Do not pass go, do not collect 200. Just straight to bed. How do you trigger it to rain? I don't think you can. Or do you mean IRL? Because I don't know about that one either. Why do you want it to rain? Isn't that when the rocks spawn? No? once a day, in other words, at the beginning of the day, if there are not 6 rocks on the island, a rock will spawn. If there is a space available for it to spawn. Otherwise, you can actually completely block them from spawning. I thought they spawned after it rained. No. It's just if there's like certain criteria that have to be met. If the criteria are met, then the rock will spawn. That's why I'm placing these things, because they prevent spawning in certain places. I don't know if I need to put them so close to the trees. Unsure about this section. I don't think it can spawn you, but I'm just gonna block it anyway. One of the other problems is it can still count like this block as viable. So I'm just gonna put a thing here. Because the flowers don't count for some reason. Unless the flower covers the thing. It doesn't actually block the spawn. I don't think it would be able to spawn here either, but... Signal is back! Welcome back, Yoda. Does your internet struggle when there's load shedding? Shouldn't spawn here, but I actually don't know about bushes. I don't know if bushes count. Oh man, that's butts. I think our internet is fine. During load shedding, like we haven't had any issues. Oops. I was just trying to see, because I haven't had weeds in here in ages. So I wasn't sure. But it doesn't look like, it doesn't really look like they spawn much in here. In any case, I don't want the rocks to accidentally spawn in here. I'm probably still gonna have a couple oopsies. Because I do be like that, you know. We'll definitely have a final run through the island to check. I think it's just this section now. Into the river you go. Nope. Tony, Hassan, you can't keep doing this to yourself. You know exactly what that timer is for. You know why. You know what the timer's there for. And you also know I have no control over it, so... No crying. No tears. Hi, Puggy! When are you gonna start streaming, Puggy? Because you could also do the VTuber things. I accidentally winked at you, but it's fine. I'll pretend it was a real one. I did it again! I'm not even closing my... it's just my squishy face when I laugh. How you doing, Puggy? This is a new one. I've been telling people about it the whole day. It's very cute. It's very easy to customize as well. How was work today? I can't remember if Tuesday was a good day or a bad day. Ooh, present. It is fun. It is a lot of fun. So there's one called Vroid. It's on Steam. It's free. So that's the 3D model one that I use. Then there's the 2D one, which is VTuber Kit. You know, the usual one that you're used to seeing. And then there's this one, which is the new one that I found. It's called Mo-chan. They're very cute. They made it in it's the live 2D one, but it's the VTube Studio, I think it's called. That's also on thingy. You're not interesting enough to stream? I don't think that's true. Work today was good. Fantastic. I know there's one day of the week that's difficult for you, and it's just because of the students that you see on that day. But I can't remember which day it is now. Okay, it should not be able to spawn yet, but I'm not taking no chances. Man, I haven't been very good with my mobile games recently. I haven't played Colorful Stage in a couple days. I open it to like log in, and then because I'm too tired to play, I'll just close it like immediately afterwards. But I think that other event that I want to do is starting soon, so I will play properly soon. Okay, now I go around and hit rocks. Keep getting... And now I need to grind for the event. Oh! Yeah, I have... I did buy the... What's going on in here? What am I getting stuck on? I've gotten the run card. I probably didn't need to. But I wanted it anyway, because it's fucking cute. It's adorable! I could not believe my eyes. They're just handing those out. You just have to play. I can't believe. It is a very cute card though. But yeah, there's a couple things that I wanna... I wanna buy. Money rock! Give me money! Not that I need it, but you know, I still get excited when I see a money rock. Nice! Okay, I need to go eat some fruit now. One more. Whoa. That should be fun. So there's that other bad boy. Hopefully that's right. No! Oh, damn it. Whoa! 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 You like the game's music? It is pretty good. It's very relaxing. It's making me a little sleepy. Minutes? Yeah, sorry guys. Wolfie, you're from South Africa, right? You know why. You know why I'm going. You like the Able Sisters music? Oh, I'm not sure what that sounds like. I'll go have a look now. Nice. That was 2 rocks. Where are the other ones? Was there one down here somewhere? Yes, there was. I remember it. But I'm not gonna worry about farming it fully because I already found my money rock. So it's okay. Nice. No! Why did I do that? You're from Wakanda? What kind of place is that? I make funny also. Almost didn't do this place. That would have sucked. Having it spawn in the middle. But yeah, should I need to finish building the things there. And then the other 3 rocks are in my previous rock garden, so there they are. Oh yeah, what was this? Storefront? What? Oh, that's cute. I wanted to get more fencing quick. GG's Hassan. We going soon. I don't think it is able to spawn by the bridge. But we can maybe see if we can spawn some. We have 5 minutes left. Spawn some before end of stream. Oops. Watch me, I've forgotten a stupid place. Oh wait, hold on. Let's not have them spawn on grass. Because that would suck big time. Because then it spawns in the right place, but I have to... Because they can't respawn back where they were, I think. Could be wrong though. Yeah, 5 minutes. But I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, we're doing Genshin tomorrow. And then I'll be streaming over the weekend, but I won't be streaming Thursday and Friday because the load shedding is actually really bad this week for Thursday and Friday. So my schedule's gonna shuffle around a bit for a while. No wait, I'm not done. What did I do? Thank you for the stream. Thanks for being here. Oops. What the heck? Okay, I think these are all fine then. Yeah. You have a question? Oh no. Oh no. Okay, maybe I have an answer for you. What do you play Animal Crossing on? On the Switch? Oh. Nyan nyan neko desu. I'm getting bored of that one. What do you say we switch it up? But I like this one. And her catchphrase is now nya. Animal Crossing is always chill vibes. It's so good. Here's Huck. Hope he falls in a hole. Can't stand him. You're here for the end. Oh, I'm sorry. Rude as fuck. Wait, me? How dare she? Oh, what, Cat? For asking to change the thing. Alright, I think. I hope it's ready. Wait. No, goodbye. No, I'm joking. Ugh. It's a puggy. Is this the same puggy I know? Yes? Question mark? It's the only puggy I know. So you do like so. Change the date. It is tomorrow. A singular puggy in all the land. Well and truly, there is no other. I don't do anything, but yes. Puggy's just straight vibing, man. The puggiest of puggies, the most puggy. The worst thing is when you're in this loading screen and it and it shows let's put another timer on. I half expected you to just immediately turn off stream when it hit 0. That would have been very funny. Sorry to disappoint. I forgot what I was saying. Fake art? No ways. I don't think I can access my mailbox now. Cat? You making sure to take some time off to catch your breath? I talk a lot about pushing yourself, but do that too much and you'll burn out. So lie down, put on some tunes and let the stress melt away. Looking out for you, cat. That is very much a cat thing. She's just a silly character. Cute music player! Is it gonna be a blue one again? No, it's red this time. Very nice. Deep as fuck, man. If the rock has not spawned in my rock garden, we will simply reset. And go cry. Because it means it spawned somewhere it's not supposed to. Ah! Okay, now we go look for it and see where we fucked up. Dwayne Johnson's in your garden? Yes, he's not in yours. Wow, sucks to be you. Or supposed to be, yeah, he's supposed to be in my garden. Please don't be here. Because I was a bit lazy with blocking off this area. You have many Dwayne Johnsons in your garden. I don't know why that's such an amusing thing to read out loud. Huh. It shouldn't be in here because of the trees and stuff. Who load? It shouldn't be up here. Shouldn't be in there. We already have rocks in there. You don't even have a garden to put a Dwayne Johnson in. Make yourself a little garden in your house. It shouldn't have spawned in here because there's no grass. I think I'm in the wrong stream. Okay, bye. We don't know you. Not Stella. Where's my rocks, man? You sneaky bastard! Oh, it's because there's a baby tree here. It didn't count. Fuck. Guys. I don't know. Who you? Who you? God damn it.
Got him!
Hassan! No! Behave yourself. But thank you. But also behave yourself. Don't spend your dad's money. I would make a joke and say give me your dad's number, but I know you will. I'm not gonna do that. No, I don't want to talk to you. Hippopotamus! I am unfortunately ending now. Cupcake, so that's a bit sad. Don't give sub to this person who got lost. Lucky. My dad has 3 numbers. Which one do you want? Rip, I'll see you next week. Why? Why only next week? What's happening? I do need to get going though, guys. Let's maybe do one more. What? Oh, hold on. I need to. Okay. We're not gonna look at what this rock drops. We are simply going to remove it. Oh no, it was the money rock. Whoops. That's okay. I don't need money anyway. Let's save. We're gonna change the date. I think I already know where I'm going to raid into. Because it's someone who's just started streaming. But yeah, sorry guys. A bit sad to be heading off. Them load shedding things. It did finish saving, right? But maybe when I play this again, I'll be able to do more interesting things. You gotta do what you gotta do, and when you gotta go, you gotta go. It's very true, especially with load shedding. Why are you guys saying goodbye? Y'all just chasing me away now? You're like, get out of here. Goodbye. We don't want to see you no more. I'm just gonna try one more reset. You are the one leaving. No. I still have like a couple minutes. I'm gonna milk these last 2-3 minutes. How much time do I have? Am I giving you guys whiplash? Is she going? Is she not? What's happening? My meeting is gonna start and I'm gonna miss the end. I'm gonna finish before the hour, so... Well, provided this game loads. Goddamn. Yes, let's go, let's go. Quick, 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 quick. We're gonna run. And hopefully a rock has spawned in the rock garden. Then Oscom says, fuck you, and turns your shit off early. The thing is, like, they almost never turn it off early, touch wood. But sometimes they do take a while to turn it off on time. Ow, this loading screen's so long. Oh, that's so cute. What is that? Eggy? Oh, God, I forgot about this. Yes, Isabel, let's go. It's Thursday? No ways. CJ's visiting. That's cool. I still need to post my schedule on Discord. See you next week? Wait, where's Cupcake going? Does anybody know? You must take care of yourself, Cupcake. Wherever you're going, whatever you're doing. Oh, this is not looking good. Do I have to go look again? Sadness. A rock has spawned somewhere that is not supposed to spawn again. Okay, well, this is Leighton Me's problem. He's trying to find Dwayne Johnson. Fair enough. Alright, now I am actually going because it's 5 minutes to. So let me just set up the Wade. Girlfriend has big race weekend. Today I'm working, fuck my life, and then leaving for KZN. Oh shit! Best of luck to her. I hope it goes well. Let me just see how to spell his channel. I'm just gonna copy that. You're not saying bye again? Oi! Well, I'm not saying bye to you then, Puggy. Anyway. Whoa! No! What the heck? Why did that start playing? I accidentally opened Spotify and then it just started playing music. That gave me such a fright. Oh my god. Anyway, guys, I will see you tomorrow. We'll be playing Genshin. My schedule is on Twitter. It's on Instagram, probably. Question mark. I don't know. Anyway, take care, everyone. Be good. We're gonna go raid Johnny. Johnny's currently playing Genshin. Chatting about Genshin things. Yeah. Be good. Go stretch your legs. Go have something to drink. Take care. I will see you tomorrow. Bye bye bye. Bye 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 bye. Bye 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 bye. Thank you everyone for today. I'm feeling a lot better than when I started stream. So, you know, feels good, man. Alright, bye 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 bye. Go give Johnny all the love. Hi Rich, bye Rich.